It's champagne. I mean, do we want to open with the champagne?
Of course we open. This is Anamorphin time. We start with drinks. Don't we? We always start with drinks.
Groovy.
Well, hit me one more time. Yeah, we're ready. We're ready to do new podcasts.
I'm only going to talk through soundboards from now on.
Okay, here we go.
How we start? It's like, okay, here we go. And then fart.
I'm just hitting the buttons. Welcome to Anamorphin time.
Welcome to Anamorphin time. We bought a soundboard.
We got a soundboard. Last episode, new gadgets. Last one.
It's right. I'm looking at a button that says fart. How can I not press it?
You gotta hit the fart button every time. We got a lot of new tricks for this one, don't we? Whoa. That's what we call the Uvalde button.
Hold on, wait, I did that wrong. Let me do it again.
Oh, Jesus. This is the last episode where the kids die.
This is the last episode, and we bought a soundboard. We're idiots. We're the dumbest people alive.
We did it all backwards. We should have started with this. Why did we do this?
Yeah, welcome to the last episode of Anamorphin Time.
The real last episode.
Yeah, I'm Last Nate.
And I'm the final McCarty. You fucker. Backwards.
Yeah, you know what? We can just have fun with the soundboard. If I don't like it, I'll just cut it out.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We're here. You said you have the sorry music.
Yeah, let's use the soundboard appropriately now, shall we?
Yeah. So we got you. Last week we got you.
We here at Anamorphin Time have not made mistakes, but I feel like we've played with your feelings and emotions.
We've done that.
And
we did that.
Yeah, we liked it, actually. We liked it.
Nate and Tyler stickers, I did that to your emotions.
That's right.
And we're not going to say sorry.
No, I'm not sorry.
But we'll do better. We'll fool you more next time.
Right. This is my very unused, didn't use this a lot, correction music.
No. Once we realized we didn't want to correct anything we said, we just threw it out.
No, but I do like this as correction music. By the way, I stole this corrections music.
We steal everything.
It's true. But, you know, the correction, this is the last episode.
This is it.
This is the one correction we'll make. This is the last episode.
This is the one.
We're not doing any more.
Nope.
You know, no alternomorphs.
Nope.
I don't even know. Okay, true story. I don't know what alternomorphs
Nobody
are.
tell them. They're bad. Nobody tell them.
I have no idea what an
No
alternomorph is.
Vegimorphs, no TV show. We did Animorphs. Some say we're the best to ever do it. I'm not saying. I'm just saying other people are saying that. We did convince Kathy Apples to buy the Animorphs pornography Animorphs. We did that.
Right. Okay, so the one thing I will apologize for, Catherine Alice Applegate. I apologize for Anamorphin Time. I think Michael Grant kind of deserves it, but I don't think that you do.
Yeah.
So we at Anamorphin Time, we're sorry.
Yeah, we'll give 1.2 sorries to that couple.
Yeah.
I'll give Michael Grant 0.2 sorry. Kathy Apples, a full sorry.
Yep. We're sorry.
We're sorry. And that's it for, I think that's it for apologies.
Yeah.
But, I mean, genuinely, this is the last one.
It is.
157 hours and 14 minutes.
I think it was brave to start at the beginning.
Yeah, whoever named this, genius.
Yeah, hope they got fired for that blunder.
You want to open the champagne?
So we bought champagne. Yeah, that's our drink. We haven't done like an announced drink for a while.
Yeah, the last one we did when Paul sent us those, we mentioned drinks, but when Paul sent us those wonderful drinks.
We make bits and we forget about bits. Mm-hmm. Do we even have animal facts now I think about it?
Not in this one. We got nothing. Oh, God, we got nothing.
That's right. You know, if we're not going to do animal facts, I think the last episode's fair. So, okay, here we go. Champagne facts.
Champagne facts.
Did you know that champagne is actually from France?
Oh.
The French champagne.
It's from the Champagne region of France.
French champagne.
Anything else, it's called sparkling wine.
Mm-hmm.
Got it. I'm gonna open up.
Okay, please. Nate and I went to a specialty wine and champagne store just for this, and we picked the coolest looking bottle with no regard to the price. That doesn't mean we spent a lot of money on it. We obviously did not. We're cheap fuckers. But we found the gold reflective champagne bottle, and we're going to drink champagne. That's.
I'm opening it.
Oh,
Please tell me that.
Nate's opening it with his nail clippers because we came prepared to drink champagne. I'm so glad we spent, over $1,000 on new microphones and recording equipment just to badly open champagne on it.
Okay, so I'm going to get the cork pop sound. I'm not going to point it towards the very expensive mixing board that I just bought, that we just bought.
We. Co-owner of, this is our baby.
Yeah, it's our baby.
What are we naming our baby?
Well, it's a road. It's a road, so I'm going to call it Rodan.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. No, actually, we should call it the Rachel.
Yeah, it's sleek, it's beautiful, it's deadly, it's expensive. We're naming it Rachel. We're not doing that.
Okay, so I'm.
How do you ever do these?
Yeah, I've done that.
I don't know how to.
Yeah, so I took off its little hat. So the champagne is in a metal cage because we keep it prisoner.
As we should do with all French things.
That's right. And so, okay, let me just go and adjust my mic here because I want to get that good pop.
I'm so scared. I'm
I'm going to pop it towards the wall. Are you ready?
Yep. Come on, Daddy. Come on, Daddy. Do it, Daddy.
Okay,
you don't know.
I'm almost there.
I'm nervous and scared.
I'm almost there. It's important not to point it towards your face.
Yep. Oh God, it's gonna. I can see it moving. Oh, this is awful. Oh, come on, Daddy, get it.
You're making me nervous.
I'm nervous.
Like when I get nervous, it's hard to do it.
It happens to everybody, I promise. Woohoo! Last drink.
We did it.
Last drink.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Champagne.
We open the champagne.
Are you ready for okay, so
that's a button we hit. The music. Oh, it's off.
Yeah, because I would like to again apologize for the amount of soundboard we're going to be using in this episode.
There's so much.
I can't stop pressing the buttons.
You don't have to stop. We'll just keep doing it forever.
Okay. Well, and honestly, I picked the wrong music.
Yeah.
Okay, let's get some champagne.
This. It's from France. It's called Gold.
Okay.
It's what is it?
Do you want the year?
Yeah, we got a Sparkling Brut. It's by E. Thierry Gold.
Okay.
Let's do it.
This is for you, Rachel.
This is for Rachel. Oh, that's a nice... Ooh. Not a big champagne guy, but this looks pretty good.
All right.
And I'll take the gold.
Yeah,
here we go.
You do you. Okay, he's pouring it into a beer mug because we don't own...
We're classy.
We don't own champagne flutes. Okay, so we should toast, actually.
We should toast.
To Anamorphine time.
To Anamorphine time.
To the brave souls that died on the Intrepid.
The Rachel, the Intrepid.
Yeah.
Here's to Captain Santorelli, to French Rachel.
To the 10,000 souls that died on the pool ship.
Yep.
To that city they exploded.
Yep.
This is
Price Cup Polly.
Yeah, Price Cup. This one's for Price Cup Polly.
Price Cup Polly.
This one's for and finally, this is for our boy Arbron.
They did him dirty. Here we go. Oh, that's delightful.
That's pretty good.
That is delightful. Final episode.
Yeah, we should probably talk about the book instead of champagne.
Yes. Well, this is all part of it. Before we get into the book, do you have any feelings about this? Or do you want to get into feelings later?
I mean, no, we could feelings about so we're doing the meta conversation. We're talking about the feelings about the show.
The show, the book, all of it.
Okay. Yeah, it's a part of my life that I didn't realize was going to be a part of my life for 2.5 years. And we kind of talked about it during the Anti-Morphs episode, but I didn't know how long this was going to go.
Me neither.
It's why we didn't invest in better equipment. It's because this is this might go away. We might get bored of this.
Right.
And we did, but we kept on doing it.
Yeah. All week I thought I'd be sad. Oh man, Animorph Time's ending. And then it's when we talked about Animorphs and read Animorphs, it's we can have excitement for something else.
We can not read about Jake. Yeah. I was excited. Okay, so I asked you this before we started recording. What book are you going to start reading after you're done? Mm-hmm. And you told me you were going to read The Hulk.
Yeah, The Immortal Hulk. I've already started. I've pre-grieved Animorphs. I've pre-grieved it my entire life. It's okay, let's go.
Yeah,
I have a new, better appreciation. We'll get into all that later.
Okay, yeah.
I just want to
know, like, so that's what you're doing after. Like, what when the war's over for us now? What are you gonna do after the war?
Well, I mean, I got the Immortal Hulk. I also picked up some books that I do want to read. Like, there's an old Jonathan Lethem book that I never read that I want to read. I picked that up. Oh boy,
yeah.
Like, there's a lot out there. What about you? What'd you pick up?
So I've been looking at this book for about 2 years because I wanted to read it. So I picked up The Three Body Problem.
Okay.
Somebody out there is like, yeah, three body. I don't know. I haven't read it yet. I'm excited to stop doing this thing in particular. And like, and we'll talk about it when we talk about how things end. Mm-hmm. Right, because I have a feeling about this is going to be talking about endings.
Yeah.
And, like I think things should end.
For sure.
And, when things are getting close to the end or when I'm doing the last like bits and pieces, like I don't get excited for the end. I get excited about the cool next thing I'll be doing.
Right.
And so we should do a plug. Let's do a plug now.
Let's do a plug.
Yeah. Hey.
Okay.
So yeah, you can find us on the series The Reliant. What was the stupid?
The Remnants?
The Remnants. Yeah, you can see us on Remnants.
Yeah.
We're not covering Remnants now.
No.
We're doing Bruce Campbell.
Yeah, we're gonna do
Bruce Campbell podcast.
Yeah. And we're working out the finer details. We're taking a little break. Just people say they're unfamiliar with Bruce Campbell, but I think Bruce Campbell happens to be a groovy guy. And so we think you'll enjoy him too. This is so stupid. You just never should have given him this power. No one man should have all that power. That's all I'm saying. No. We're still gonna be out there. We're still gonna be creating. But this is it for Animorphs. This is genuinely it. We're not gonna come back. This is it.
Yep.
So,
I mean, so like, I'll say this up front. I hope you enjoyed it.
Yeah. Like you made a great point. We were talking about other Animorphs podcasts, and you said that there's going to be more Animorphs podcasts after us. There already are. They're probably fantastic. And I agree with you when you said, I hope the next one does it better than we did. I hope it keeps getting better and better.
Yeah, they won't.
They won't. We're the best to ever do it.
Prove me wrong.
Best to ever do it.
Yeah, best that ever was. I'll be sad that I'll still like hang out on the Discord and stuff and do that whole thing.
I'll keep posting Animorph shit. I can't stop.
Yeah, can't stop, won't stop. I can't unread these books, so I'll carry it along. But I'm ready to move on, ready to stop doing this.
Yeah, we're gonna do something new, something different, something bigger, something crazier. And it's just going to be more of that. I can fucking feel it.
And ultimately, I'm surprised anyone listened to this. That's what I was thinking about when I was making the sound. Was that like
it was very quick? You think very fast.
Well, thank you. It is that like when we started this, I told you explicitly we're doing this for ourselves.
Yeah,
like we can't. Do metrics, look at targets, what do people like and dislike? Because I think that just makes for bad products.
Yeah.
And B, like my goal with this was not to become famous or have people listen to it or have high viewer counts. I just wanted to talk to my best friend about a thing he liked as a child.
And guess what? We got all that, baby.
Yeah.
Best to ever do it.
Tyler will never talk to me about Final Fantasy VI. So I have to meet with...
I looked like... Did they do the remaster? Is it on the PlayStation Store?
Yeah, it got good like high scores. I don't know like what's going on there.
Look, I was scrolling through the PlayStation app looking for Final Fantasy VI because I've been wanting to play it.
No, it's only on PC right now. I don't know what the deal is. But the point being here is that I still to this day am surprised that people listen to this
and care
and care. But the promise I'll bring to any other things I do like this. Well, okay, so to listeners, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Like genuinely, thank you. You have given us 157 hours and 14 minutes. That's 6.5 days of your life. And that's what we released. That's not all the content we made. That's the edited good in quote like.
And I'm not going to like tell like numbers because again, like I can't and won't care about that.
Yeah.
But like it's a stadium.
Yeah.
Like, and so a stadium of you are listening to us bumbleheads just like talk for 2 hours every other week.
Our average is about 2 hours and 40 minutes, if I'm honest.
Yeah, 2 hours and 40 minutes. And so thank you for listening. It wouldn't have affected us, I think, if you didn't listen, but thank you for doing it anyways.
Yeah.
And the thing I'll promise is like I'll continue just to be myself.
Yeah,
same.
same.
And wherever I end up.
I'll still be the weird oversharer who likes to get close to everybody who will talk to me. Like, I like that. I'll keep doing it. I'm not going to stop.
And I promise to continue to...
I need to take that fart button away from you.
Groovy.
I won't take that one away. That's for both of us.
Actually, sorry. I did. What I really meant to say was...
There we go.
Right. And we're not going away too. Like, I'm not... If anything, honestly, I have made a resolution to myself to post more. Because the real thing I got from listeners actually saying like, hey, I've listened to it and enjoyed your podcast is like, I'll share more stuff about me. Like, I guess you like that, you sick, nasty freaks. Fine.
They want you to open up so bad, but don't do it.
Well, it's not about opening up. It's just, it's like, I don't post. I don't go on Twitter a lot. I don't hang out on the Discord a lot. I don't do social media because honestly, like, I don't like doing this stuff.
Mm-hmm. And you're a busy guy. You do other things.
Yeah, right. But I promise you, this is a promise that I will post more. Okay, are you done? Are you done with this preamble?
We'll do more of this at the end.
We'll do more.
Let's talk about the cover of this book.
This cover sucks.
You don't like this one?
Because I looked at this cover when we started this. I'm like, fuck the Beatles. I hate the Beatles.
Is it the Beatles or the Rolling Stones?
No, I thought it was the Beatles, wasn't it?
I don't look. I should have looked this up. It's one of those two.
It's the famous album cover of like big
all their
head,
heads,
smaller head, slightly smaller head. I don't like how Axe has the smallest head.
Well,
I'll say that right now.
Yeah.
Marco, his head should be the biggest.
Agreed.
He has a big head.
He does. And the tagline is, "It began with 6, it will end with 5," which is wrong. It ends with 1. Sorry, spoiler alert.
We don't know that all of them died.
Well, yeah, we know Cassie lived, but every other one is dead.
Yeah. Well, we don't know that Cassie lived. She even mentioned that she was getting adventurous outdoors.
Oh, she could have had a hiking accident.
Yeah. Like, honestly, she probably doesn't have long to live. That's what I'm saying is that don't go outside.
Yeah, never go outside. Stay in line. Keep posting. Keep listening to Animorph for time. Start at the beginning. Go back.
Yeah.
Speaking of, that's what this book is called. The Beginning by K.A. Applegate for Michael and for Jake. Inside cover, all their pretty faces, pretty young faces.
Yeah.
Right. Big in the center, our girl Rachel.
Rachel just died in this book. Why aren't their heads bigger? I mean, like, technically, Axe, I think Axe is dead, right?
Yeah, Axe is dead. He got absorbed into the one. How come
he doesn't have a big head?
Nobody cares about Axe but us.
I feel like they're ranking Animorphs.
By head size?
By head size.
David Mattingly, phrenologist.
Kind of, though. Because if you think about the ranking here, it's Jake. The book thinks Jake is the most popular Animorph. Mm-hmm. Followed up by Rachel, the second most powerful, popular. Followed up by Marco.
That's Tobias.
Followed by Tobias.
It's in the order the books go.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
I never thought about it that way. But I think that's the way the authors kind of feel about these chuckleheads.
These goof-em-ups.
It doesn't matter. We talked about the rankings last time. We're not going to do it this time.
No, you heard it in the last episode.
You got it. But yeah, the one thing I'll give this inside cover, though, is Axe's head.
It's just the same CG Andalite face that it's always been.
It's the same rendered head. It has no emotion. If you look up to the side, they have a little solar flare happening next to his head because I think they're trying to hide how shitty it looks.
Yep.
It looks that good, actually. I would say it looks fantastic.
I do like this poster. It's bad. It's bad good, Yeah. It's authentic and sincere, which I love that about it.
Sure. Also, Cassie is off center for some reason. Hey, doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. For Michael and for Jake, the beginning. It's the first one to burp.
Hey,
I have not been having bubbles.
What?
Bubbles in my stomach. So
why are you having bubbles?
Because it hurts my stomach.
Yeah, I was trying to find the sound that worked, and I couldn't find one that worked.
So the record scratch. Okay, all right. Tyler can't have seltzer anymore. Champagne.
Chapter 1.
Worst episode of Animorphin Time.
Chapter 1.
My name is Rachel. I knew it was coming. I knew about that.
I can't.
Why not? That was...
Okay. My name is Rachel. I knew what was coming. I knew. I had seen it in Jake's eyes, and you know what? I was scared.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Do we just want to do a normal one?
We should... no, we'll leave that. Those hogs can figure it out.
Yeah.
So we get the chapter 1, Rachel catch-up. She explains everything from the war. She's talking about the beginning, but she's mostly talking about how she feels sorry for Jake for making her go off and do this. And she's talking about herself in the past tense.
Yeah, I mean, like she's eulogizing herself, which must be a weird experience.
Yeah. She says this. So anyway, we decided to try and stop the Yeerks. Jake and Tobias and Cassie and Marco and Axe, who's Elfinger's little brother, and me. We lived the secret life. We fought and mostly lost, but we survived. We frustrated the Yeerks. We ruined Visser 3's life, though he still managed to be promoted to Visser 1. Maybe we did too good of a job frustrating the Visser. The Yeerks grew tired of infiltration. Visser 1 had been craving open war. And when we blew up their ground-based Yeerk pool, the source of their food, the center of their lives, it was gloves off. So much the better as far as I was concerned. The time had come to settle things. So, Rachel, that's Rachel in a nutshell. She's talking about herself in past tense. She's talking about how she wanted war. She's ready.
She's thinking about her like life.
Yeah.
She's like reminiscing about the time she was a rat, a dolphin. Oh man, they have fun.
Yeah, remember when I was a bat? Remember when we put oatmeal in the Yeerk pool?
Yeah, that was pretty cool. Remember like, the mall? I remember the mall.
Mm-hmm.
They don't talk about that time they went back in time. But hey.
Try not to think about it. Just don't.
Remember that time it was so much fun killing Hitler?
There was this one time my boyfriend murdered Hitler. He was very cute. You. One day I will control that board, and when I do, you will know how this feels. It feels great.
Does it?
Yeah, I actually quite like it. Okay, Rachel is on the Blade ship because Jake sent her there to kill Tom. She is the insurance policy.
Yeah, and my complaints stand from the last book, like 53, where it's like, why not just send more? I feel like that Rachel's been sent out to die under kind of flimsy pretense. But again, it's fine because she does need to die. I think I agree with the decision of Jake that Rachel should get got.
I think more white women should die. I agree.
That's right.
I agree. Just let that go. Oh, you trying to find...
It's hard. I'm learning how where the layout of these things are. I need to have the important ones up front.
On page 1, you gotta have the fart ready to go.
You gotta have the ready to go.
It's ready to go. So she's
a flea on Tom's head.
Yeah.
Right? Mm-hmm. She's just sitting there. She's infiltrated the ship. She's looking around. There's apparently a bunch of Hork-Bajir controllers and
human controllers. It's the loyal, Yeerkiest of Yeerks.
Right. And Tom's up front, and then it cuts to what we read last time, which is he calls up Visser 3, oh, having trouble, huh?
Yeah. Boy, you're bad at flying a pool ship, aren't you, little bitch? Fucking bitch. You dumb bitch. You fucking bitch.
Yeah.
Playing all the hits today.
So yeah, Tom is witnessing a stream of Flex kind of flying out of the pool ship, just kind of this beautiful spiral out into space, and he's like, That's not a waste dump. They aren't dumping waste. That was the pool, the main pool. It's been flushed. There was an audible gasp from several voices. The human controllers and the Hork-Bajir controllers who were Tom's bridge crew. Sensors showing it's our people. 16,000, maybe 17,000. Tom cut in harshly. It saves us the trouble from killing them ourselves. But why? What would it? Why would the visor flush? I mean, what does it mean? It means Jake's alive, Tommy boy. You'll figure it out soon in a minute, yerk. But I'm guessing it'll be too late by then. So she's like on his head, just like taunting him, like, you stupid idiot.
You dumb motherfucker. You're dead.
You're dead,
bitch. I see you flipping through for sounds.
That's fine.
Watching
Don't worry about it.
No, Rachel's like, that's it. It's time for me to go grizzly mode. Every time I talk, you're gonna play the fart.
No, I'm not. You know what? I'm done. I'm gonna gotta put it away.
No, you're not.
Nope.
I hit it that time. Me. I did that one. Thank you.
Okay, but like I gotta put it away because we have a book to cover.
Yeah, we're in chapter 1.
No, we're in chapter 2, please.
Fine, whatever. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So Rachel like hops away as a flea. She morphs human, looks around, sees Jake on the screen. Tom's like, "No, you're dead."
And Visser 3's like, yeah, I thought that too.
Yeah, I thought so, but we're all wrong. And Tom's like, we gotta fucking blast him. We gotta fucking blast him. And Rachel says, oh no. At that moment, I could have morphed all the way to elephant without being noticed. Tom's panic was infectious. They all knew they'd been had, but they didn't know how. Tom's reaction was pure instinct. Shoot. He'd forgotten that the pool ship was helpless. The sight of Jake, who should be dead, standing there with the other Animorphs, standing there alive and apparently in control of the pool ship, all Tom could think of was shooting. The danger was closer than that. Jake looked at me like he knew I was watching him. Rachel, he said, go. Rachel, Tobias said. I know, Tobias. I know, I said. I was still not completely morphed when someone shrieked, Animorph! After all of these years, the Yerks, thinking we were Andalites, always yelling Andalite whenever they saw a morph. It was strangely gratifying that at last they knew who we were. I said, that's right, genius, Animorph. I did what I do better than anyone, what Jake counted on me to do. I attacked. Rachel is a fucking badass.
Yeah, and you know, I'm a little bit disappointed that we don't get to see the elephant one more time. I love that fucking elephant. You know, like, again, I get it. Grizzly bear makes more sense.
Yep.
Tyke times faces. Mm-hmm. But an elephant, though.
Elephant tearing that ship. Oh, my God.
Could you imagine, like, if it was an elephant and, you know, she's just, like, you know, just rolling around, crushing everybody? It would have been great.
It would have been. But you know what? That is a sick near final moment for Rachel where she's like, yeah, they know who I am. They know what's coming for them.
Right. Could you imagine you just busting into a room and everyone gasps and says, Tyler?
Every room I bust in, they say that. So here we go. Fine. Go find the button for Boo. Go ahead.
No, I was going to find the button for Bustin', and I forgot to add it in there.
Oh, damn it. We need Bustin'.
Bustin' makes me feel good. Okay.
Bustin' makes me feel good.
So then, like, it's on then. It's just like, I'm a bear, bitch. And then, like, you know, the fight happens. And this fight is bloody and gruesome because it is 1 versus, like, 15.
Yeah.
Right?
And she holds her own. She, like, is fucking yerks up like nobody's business.
Right. And well, they're not just normal yerks, too. Like, they have known the healing glow of the cube. Right? And I almost said Yakub. That's different.
We know the healing glow of Yakub in our hearts because we were created by him. Blessed be Yakub, our father.
I really like the child applause. That one's great.
Okay. There, that's the one.
Okay, there we go. But like, yeah. So, anyways, they're all morphers now, right? And so they're not just like gonna morph something stupid.
No,
right?
There's a polar bear, which she handily hands his ass to him. Which,
right.
You know, they're equals. Whatever. Polar bear, slightly bigger. It's
yeah,
fine.
but it's the water buffaloes are the one that
yeah, they got a buff a human.
They got a couple buffa humans.
Yeah.
And like, man, remember the buffa human?
I love the buffa human so
like,
much.
Here's to the buffa human.
Pour some more champagne in here.
Yeah, this because like we got to pour one out for the lost ones.
We're
you know,
pouring one. Yep.
Yeah.
This is for you, buffa human.
This is for you, buffa human.
May you Chapman in heaven.
Right.
You know we went to heaven.
Yeah, of course. And like, you know, he doesn't get a memorial, the buffa human.
Mm-mm. He gets the same sort of memorial that the auxiliary animorphs do, in that he is completely raised from the earth by fire.
Yeah, we'll talk about that later.
No, we won't. This book doesn't, so no, we won't. This book gives more to Arbron than it does the auxiliary animorphs.
I'm not going to hate that.
No.
I love Arbron. Anyway, so like, yeah, the rumble's happening. They're all watching this happen too from the pool ship.
Yep.
Like Jake is like yelling out advice. Like Rachel behind, it was Jake. He was watching the fight from the pool ship. I spun, slashed horizontally, and something that might have been a half-morphed leopard crumpled like a Dixie cup. Oof. It's cool.
Yeah, I faced 2 lionesses, a Cape buffalo, and a polar bear. It was a whole zoo full of dangerous animals. The polar bear was my equal all by myself. The Cape buffalo maybe as well. I could take either lioness, but the combination was going to be rough. For a wondrous frozen moment, we all waited, stared, breathed, tensed, expectant. I felt exalted. It was my moment. This was my place and my time and my own perfection. I was no longer afraid. Weird. If I'd had a mouth, I'd have smiled. Well, I said. No one moved. Scared? I asked. No answer. You should be, I said, almost laughing. I lunged straight for the polar bear. Go for the main opponent first. Go for the danger. I barreled straight into him. It was a train crash. I slammed him, my shoulder into the side of his head. He had a bear morph. I was my bear morph. Sick.
Yeah.
Like, honestly, rereading this now as an adult, I was like, this is cool.
Yeah.
Like, I know where it's going.
They've peaked. Rachel's at the height of her power right now.
Yeah. And she proves it by fucking...
She murks the polar bear.
Yep.
Right? I think and she fillets his spine.
Yes.
Is that right? Like you can see his spine?
Uh-huh. And then he demorphs, remorphs, whatever.
But really it's the Buffahumans that go and fuck her up.
Yeah,
right?
they're like screaming, look for Tom.
Right. And then the Buffahumans slam into Rachel. She manages to brace it, but she's starting to slip a little bit. Well, because the floor is a spaceship floor. It has weird spaceship material that do not belong to us in the world of men.
Yep.
It's very slippery. Those Buffahumans, they're having a hard time. They're kind of scrabbling.
Yeah, they're clacking along.
Right. But Rachel, she knows this, and she's able to kind of pivot around them and not take the full blow.
Yes.
But she's starting to notice that she's slipping around too. It's because the floor is covered in her own blood.
Yes.
And Tyler, you've stepped in blood before.
Yeah, this week I did.
Is it slippery?
Yep, very.
Yeah, I imagine it's pretty slippery.
It's kind of why I have a pair of shoes only for work, because they're covered in blood.
Yeah.
Leave them there. It's the only way to do it. God damn it. Look, you should see how happy he is when he hits these buttons. I'm not mad at the air horn. I'm really not. But let's get back to the story. So Rachel's getting ripped apart.
Yes.
Tom, his battle morph is a cobra. Great battle morph. Honestly.
Yeah.
It's small, it's deadly, it's fast.
Yeah, it's almost like she should have turned to Cobra. Because all she cares about right now is killing Tom. It's not about these other fools, right? She's looking for Tom.
And she's going blind. She's weak, strange to be the bear, and weak, strange. I realized I was no longer standing. I was flat on the floor. I heard my own slow breathing. I should be panting. Something striking at my face again and again. The cobra. Couldn't even see him. I had failed. Tom, alive.
Die, human!
Rachel! Tobias cried. Help me, Tobias, I pleaded. I can't. He didn't understand. Help me get him. Help me get him! Okay. He's your left paw. Toward your face. Get ready. Has to be fast. I'm ready. Now! I jerked my paw, claws extended toward my face. Tom shrieked. I couldn't see him, but I felt something squirming like a worm on a fishhook. The snake was impaled on my claws. No! Tom cried in outrage. I brought my paw to my mouth. Sorry, I said vaguely. Jake, stop her! The yerk screamed with Tom's mouth. I bit down on the snake.
So you recently got a tattoo, by the way. I think I should mention that. We haven't talked about it.
Right.
What's this tattoo? Explain.
I got a gorilla's head with a rattlesnake around its neck to symbolize Marco and Axe.
Now, that's a good tattoo.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I like snakes as a weapon. I think that they're cool.
Yeah.
A polar bear with a snake in its mouth biting down.
Or a grizzly bear.
Sorry. Grizzly bear. That would be a cool tattoo.
It would be a very cool tattoo.
Just throwing that out there to the world if you want to cool tattoo idea.
Yeah.
Maybe Rachel biting down on Tom's head would be cool.
A grizzly bear biting the cobra, and on the grizzly bear it says me, and on the cobra it says your pussy. No, that's how the Animorphin Time memes come about. Normal shit.
Groovy.
And so like she needed Tobias to be her eyes.
Yeah.
To help her kill Tom.
Man, that's cool.
It's so cool.
It's okay. So, I haven't watched a lot of like samurai movies. I like them. If I had to start a series right now, though, I'd watch Zatoichi, the blind samurai. Because like that's what this moment is, right? Is this, she wants to kill Tom so badly that she can't say goodbye to Tobias.
Yeah.
Right? Tobias wants to help Rachel in one way, but Rachel doesn't want that help. She wants the help in the other way. Yes. Which describes their relationship,
the ultimate codependence. The ultimate codependence.
Right. Which is like, oh, no, you can't help me, but you can help me kill Tom. Yeah. That would be cool.
She has a mission. She needs to finish the mission.
Like, that's good writing.
That is good writing. Like, that's subtle, good, dark, deep, painful writing.
Yeah, like, and it's not even like the prose. The prose has always been pretty good and competent.
Especially when KA,
right, but
when they're on it.
The setup and follow through of the scene is really good. And especially because, like, we were like, 54 books in?
Yeah.
We have all this context to pull upon of what this moment means.
Right.
Which is like, oh, yeah, sorry, Tobias, you can't help Rachel. Because Rachel doesn't want that help.
Yeah.
She wants the other help. Yeah. And that's why she's with you, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyways.
You don't judge her. You enable her. So enable her to her last bit. And then we get this bit.
Man.
I lay there in suspended animation. I felt myself floating. The bear was melting. Old grizzly bear, my friend. Good old bear. I demorphed. The snake was still in my mouth, motionless. I demorphed. I was Rachel again, the human Rachel, alive, unhurt. I could have bounded up and gone off to the mall to shop, but I didn't kid myself. I didn't hope. I spit the snake out. I was surrounded on all sides. I was only a weak human girl now. The polar bear loomed over me as strength, the equal of my own grizzly, but now I was just me, just Rachel. I could see the view screen. I could see my best friend, Cassie, Jake, Marco, funny Marco, Axe, Tobias. He had morphed. He was his human self once more. He'd done that for me. And because he was crying, I understood. Humans cry. Hawks don't. I love you, I said to the screen. And oh God, how could so much regret and so much sweetness and so much sadness all be present in that single moment? I was already dead and missing my unlived life. I was already dead and Tobias was mourning. I tried to smile. For him. The polar bear said, "You fight well, human." Then he killed me with a single blow. I thought for sure you were going to do the yay the kids.
Okay, so
how do you feel about that scene?
Well, Rachel's not dead yet.
Well, yes. God comes down and reads her his fan fiction. Yeah, for sure.
Okay, so let's talk about the scene before Rachel ascends to heaven.
Right.
Yeah, that was a good scene. That's a good end to Rachel.
Yeah.
I liked it.
Masterful. And I was getting emotional reading it.
Right, and now I'll throw out my thesis now for this book is everyone gets what they wanted.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Rachel got what she wanted just now.
Yeah, a warrior's death.
She wanted a warrior's death where it's a perfect kind of warrior's death too. Wasn't a coward, was able to say goodbye to everybody.
Yep.
And looked fucking cool doing it by spitting out a snake's head.
Yeah, fucking dope. Fucking dope.
Right, and like that's the coolest thing you could do right before you die, which is spit out the head of your enemy.
Yeah.
And say goodbye, I love you.
Yeah.
And like... Yeah, congratulations. Like, you did it, Rachel.
Yeah.
Like, okay, so let's hear a hand for Rachel.
Yeah, we did it. We did it, Rachel.
It's longer.
Man, that cheering goes on for a long time.
Yeah, it was a long time. So she got exactly what she wanted, and, hey, you earned it.
Yeah. And honestly, as someone who routinely watches death, going out on your own terms in the perfect way you envisioned, kind of cool.
Yeah.
Kind of great.
No, I'm going to okay, so let's go through the next scene because then I'm going to describe to you how I think I will die.
Okay.
But first, time stopped. When time stops, you know what it is. Tubin.
Tumin's
here. Our good friend, the Elmist, he shows up. The puppet master has come to watch the final act. But come on, Rachel. Although she is probably big into Metallica, so it makes sense. So yeah, Tumin shows up and he's there to honor her, right? So that was nice.
And it's the last little coda on Rachel. It kind of really broke my heart. Like, There's the infamous, you were brave, you were strong, you were good, you mattered. Yeah, okay then. Like, there's a reason people remember that, because it hurts.
I heard it before I got to this point, right? Because like it's the one spoiler you can't avoid is that like, you're brave, you're good, you're strong, you mattered.
Right.
The thing that was not spoiled to me, and I think you're talking about this, is the okay then. I wondered if
An end. Chapter 5, Jake.
Right. And so the way that I'm going to die is like halfway completing a thought. Mm-hmm. Right. And I don't think a lot of people kind of realize that you have that last thought and it's not going to finish.
No, it never finishes.
Right. You kind of have it and either your brain kind of like fades into unconsciousness.
Right.
Right. Or, you're just no longer in control of your thought.
Yeah. Whatever happens.
Whatever thing happens to you pops out is uncontrollable at that point. You have that last thing you can think.
And there's an eternity of human existence that will go on without you. And that thought will never finish.
Her thought was, I wondered if. which is like the perfect way for a teenager to die.
Yeah.
Right? Because why is it so sad when a teenager dies, right? Like it's the thing that gets like news stories is when a teenager dies. It's because they still have things they have not figured out. Right? There's a lot of wonder that goes on in those periods of life. And it's just like it's gone for Rachel. She wonders if.
And gone forever, as we all will be, like Rachel.
Yeah, but like, it's different when like an old person dies because it's like, okay, well, yeah, that happens to all of us.
Yeah.
Sorry. But like, hey, you had a good 60 years life expectancy.
Yeah, their last thought is probably not, I wondered if.
Right. Babies, less sad because they're just like,
ooh.
Wait, hold on, wait. I got to stand for this. Here we go. Oh no! Hold on, wait. That's the last thought. Babies, they don't have the context to know what they're missing, and so it is kind of this like, you feel worse for the parents because it's just like, oh, that must be awful.
I was wondering where you were going with that because I got a little scared. I thought you were going to say it's not as sad when babies die. No, because that was the exact thought Patrick Bateman had in the American Psycho novel when he killed a baby. He's there aren't very many people at his funeral. That really didn't matter. I'm going to keep killing adults.
I should read American Psycho.
No, it's bad.
Okay. The point I was getting to though is that it takes a while for human beings to have thoughts.
Yeah.
And if you don't have thoughts, you can't lose much because you didn't have much. That's okay. Like to sum this up is that it's always sad when somebody has so much potential and it stops, right? Like if they have so much and yet they lost it all.
Yep.
That's what it means when a teenager dies.
Yes.
When an old person dies, they already kind of lost all that stuff, or they used it all up.
Yeah, we're like, there's a sense of completion there.
Yeah, they smoked all those J's. I don't know that, but yeah. You smoke J's?
No, I can't say that I do.
But for like a super young child, it's like, okay, well, you didn't have a lot.
Yeah.
Right. Again, I'm not trying to. By the way, like it's very sad when a baby dies.
Thank you. It is very sad.
Right, but like the point I'm trying to make is that it's so tragic.
Yeah.
When a teenager dies, and reading this part, you know what I was thinking about?
What?
The nice kid we knew in high school that died.
Yeah, I remember him. Yeah, had cancer for graduation and it was dead.
Right, and it's just like it becomes sadder the older you get because you realize like, oh, there was a whole thing.
Yeah, Chris didn't get to see the Batman. He's dead.
Well, that's probably the best.
No, the Batman. I'm tired of defending Batman. I love him.
But you know what was even sadder than all this?
What?
The last thing that Rachel got to experience was the Ellimist's autobiography. He's like, okay, listen, let me set you down for something.
What if when you died, Jesus showed up and read you the Bible and you just stopped existing?
It's like, I'm workshopping this thing, I know it's a bit pretentious to have an autobiography, but I just thought you might like it.
Yeah, I thought it would be good. I thought you'd enjoy it.
Anyways, time for you to go now. You mattered. Bye.
Yeah. Oh yeah. You did a good job, girl.
Yeah.
Have fun in hell.
Yeah. I wondered if.
It hurts. It still hurts 20 years later. It still does. Don't. I don't.
Chapter 5.
Motherfucker.
Okay, you know what? Hold on. Has some meaning here. Let me explain this.
Because when you die, you shit. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and that describes death for me. It's just like, there's nothing really elegant at the end of the day with the like that you do when you pass.
Right.
Like it's kind of gross and disgusting and stops.
Yeah.
It's the stuff that happened before that matters.
Yeah.
Your death doesn't matter.
That's kind of like I don't care what happens to my body when I die because I'll just be, a pile of lunch meat by then. Just, I don't know, roll me in the street and let the animals eat me. I really don't care.
You know who does care? Jake. Jake actually cares a lot about this person that just died.
Yeah, it's his cousin. It's his his badass warrior princess.
Well, and here's the shitty thing. Do you want me to say the shittiest thing I will ever say about Jake? The shittiest thing I can say about Jake is that if he had not commanded Rachel to die, he wouldn't feel anything about it.
Okay.
It's only because he sent Rachel out to death that it tears him up.
Yeah.
In this way.
Yeah. And I think it should tear him up.
Yeah, it should.
Like the people who send other people out to die should feel like fucking ass piss about it.
Does he care about Rachel?
I mean, yeah. As I think he cares more about her as a soldier than he does a cousin. Like there's
does he like Rachel?
I mean, yes. Like Jake he's a good kid.
Yeah.
Like he is. He's a thoughtful, good kid. Well, not thoughtful.
Yeah.
He's thoughtless.
But
by that, I mean, he has no thoughts in his head. I think he's like a nice kid.
But if you were to ask Jake the character, hey, Jake the character, describe Rachel, it would be all the things that he finds useful in Rachel as a soldier.
Yeah. Yeah.
But he is feeling remorse that he sent someone out that he knows to die.
Yeah.
And he's frozen.
Yeah.
Because of this.
And Toby, the leader of the Hork-Bajir, free Hork-Bajir, show up and says, Jake, they're surrendering. We had to promise them amnesty and a chance to acquire the morphing power. I heard her words. What's the matter? Toby asked. She noticed Tobias. She'd only seen him in human morph a few times. Toby is named for Tobias. The free Hork-Bajir see Tobias as their liberator, and Toby, the Hork-Bajir seer, was named in his honor. So they kind of explain that Rachel has been killed. Like, it's a hard day. The Animorphs are going through one.
They're looking ragged.
Yeah. And Toby's like, Jake, I need your okay. The Yeerks want you. They want your assurance. And Visifree's like, God, they're just a pack of traitors. I don't give a fuck about them. They're pieces of shit. And Jake's just sitting there thinking, like, Tom is dead. Rachel is dead. How could I explain this to my parents?
They're going to be so mad at me.
Oh, I did bad. I killed my cousin and my brother. I did bad. Mommy, don't hate me.
It has Todd, this is your favorite movie, Scream, that I was quoting.
I know what it was.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, I get that Stu Mocker on the phone at the end of Scream 1. Yeah, you're going to quote Scream to me and think I won't know the exact moment and character's name.
I'm just saying that this kind of has this emotion to it where he is thinking about how he's going to explain how he sent his cousin to die to his parents, right. And that's what he's torn up about. Like his okay, well, you know, and honestly, I do get that, right? I'm being too hard on Jake,
yeah.
Right? Like the it's not only that you have to deal with your grief, but like having to explain it to others terrifies me. That'd be the worst.
Yeah, exactly. Like I had to change the picture of Nepal on my phone because coworkers would, when my phone would light up, they'd be like, "Oh, who's that dog there?" And I have to explain, that's my dog who just died. And it's like, oh, I should stop explaining that. So now it's just Disco Elysium. It's fine.
Yeah. Yeah. And so, but Toby is like, hey, we have business to do here. And Cassie is like, listen, Toby.
Yeah. Toby, we lost Rachel and Tom is dead. Toby absorbed that and said, Jerahami, my father, died bravely in battle today. It's like, we all lost people, bitch. Let's go.
Yeah. It's not cold, but it's like, yeah, I feel that too. I know exactly what you're going through right now.
Yeah.
But however,
it's like I hate to keep like bringing it up in this context, but it's the context I understand as a nurse,
sure.
Where over this last weekend, we had a very tragic thing happen to a very young person. We watched someone very young die. Mm-hmm. It was unexpected. It was unpreventable. We did everything we could to stop it, but we couldn't, and they died. And I had a coworker who was having a hard time of it, and the coworker came out of the room, and she's like, I'm freaking out. This shouldn't have happened. Was there anything we could have done? And for some reason, I'm the charge nurse. I'm in charge. And I have an entire department full of patients that need nurses to go do things to them. And no fucking joke, I put my hands on this person's shoulder. And I'm like, there was nothing you could have done any better, but I need you to go into other patients' rooms now. We have other patients that may die as well. So it's time to go be a nurse. And this person just looked at me and said, I'm going to start at room 1 and I'm going to keep going. And I'm like, I'll start in room 20 and we'll work until we meet in the middle. And that's what we did. Like, that's what Toby is doing. It's like, in the face of tragedy, you still have shit to do.
Yeah, right. And, honestly, like, I like the relationship that they have. Like, it's two different generals working together. Toby could have been in a similar moment and needed to, like, say, be refocused in that way.
Right.
And I bet you Jake would have done it.
Yeah, for
right.
sure.
So, like, it's a good moment of just like, hey, shared responsibilities. We feel the pain after we get out of the situation.
And I mean, after our shift, all of us nurses got together and we talked for probably about 2 hours about all of it.
Yeah,
because you have to, but you can't do it in the moment.
Well, it's even like physical injury. You know that the physical injury happened. You feel the pain later.
Yeah,
you gotta get away from the thing that's hurting you now.
Yeah, you really do. And Jake is still kind of frozen. They say, tell them we have Visser 1 captured. Tell them Jake will be right there. And Cassie grabs Jake's shoulders and says, we still need you. You're not done yet, Jake. The right thing to say. Cassie was good at that. I noted the effect on me, observed my reaction from a million miles away. I sighed. Okay, yeah, I still had a job. Do the job. Everything else can wait, Cassie said. Yeah, it could all wait. I took a deep breath. Okay, Toby. Okay, I'll be right there. Tell them what Marco said, and I'll get there soon to back you up. So Jake puts on his big boy pants and goes and does his job.
That's right. Yeah, he makes rapid fire decisions immediately.
Yeah.
First rapid fire decision. Visser 1, get him out of that head.
So now it's time for a series of rapid decisions. And the first decision is what to do with our boy. Our beautiful, evil baby boy. He says, I imagine it's time to kill me, Visser 1 said. You'll be doing me a favor. Whatever death you have for me will be nothing compared to what the Council of 13 would sentence me to. They really don't approve of Vissers who lose bullships. No. No more killing, I said. What do you mean, no more killing? Tobias demanded, breaking his ringing silence at last. He stabbed a finger at the Visser. He's the one responsible for all this. He's a prisoner of war, I said softly. We don't kill prisoners. No, of course not, Visser 1 mocked. You merely destroy the ground-based Yerk pool and kill thousands. And you add another 17,000 here on this ship, all defenseless, unhosted Yerks. But you don't kill prisoners.
So, we'll talk about that later. I think there's a great spot to talk about Jake's crimes.
Yes.
But Visser 1, he knows he's screwed, but like the one attack that he can do is psychic damage.
Yes.
Critical hit.
The worst damage you can do.
Yeah. And so like that's all he's got. Doesn't work. Right. He's like, okay, listen, either I will carve you out of this head.
Yes.
Or you come out peacefully.
Yeah. The Visser is going to remove himself from this Andalite body he has stolen and inhabited for so long. Find a safe place for him. Watch over him. Like, Cassie, go get Eric. Blah, 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 blah. They make a bunch of deals.
Go find the deals robot. Let him know about the situation. We need to deal with Eric because he causes problems. And
Jake wanders down. He's like, you got your deal. You'll be able to morph. Surrender now. And they're like, actually, we have the upper hand. And it's like, no, you don't. You're all going to die. Like, this is going to blow up and you'll all starve to death. So if you don't want to starve to death, you should probably fucking listen to me. And they do.
Yeah, works out. He goes up to Axe. He's like, listen, Axe, I need to make a phone call. I need to be online. Yep. I need a computer.
I know what you're going to put in there now. I
want to get online. I need a computer.
And he tells Axe, I need you to call the High Command. I know you got that secret line.
Yeah, bang the Andalite's secret line.
Yeah, hold on, give me a little bit of that. Oh, French champagne.
The French champagne has always been celebrated for its excellence.
Anyways, so he's like, hey, listen, I'm forbidden from actually doing that. You have to. He doesn't say you have to command me. He just says,
I can only take orders from my prince. I can't do that. But if I took orders from my prince, I can only take orders from my prince.
Right.
And then he winked with all 4 of his eyes.
Right. And like the reason why, though, is just like, yeah, like Jake has to assume all responsibility. Mm-hmm. He's the moral launderer in this case.
Yep.
Axe cannot just call. And yeah. So Jake commands him to do it. And they're like, OK, everyone, break. And then, they go off and do that. And we start off with Cassie.
Yeah. She goes and like, hey, Eric, you should probably go hiding. The Andalites are going to be here. Also, you're a piece of shit. And Eric's like, I only did what I was programmed to do. You know who I am. You know what I was going to do. I can't let people kill. And Cassie's like, well, you're still an asshole. And then Eric's like, I guess.
Well, Eric's more passive aggressive about this. He says like, I see he feels guilty. No, not guilty. Then what? He used me, blackmailed me, manipulated my programming to get me to break through the security grid and take control of the ship. You drained Dracon beams. What did Jake expect me to do? I was given control when he needed it. I wasn't going to enable him to kill, right? Mm-hmm. And Cassie kind of just breaks and says like, no, you fucking killed Rachel. You need to go.
Yeah.
Right? And Eric... He's like, all right, fine. Yeah, thanks. I'll leave.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm supposed to feel regret because Jake ordered his cousin to kill his brother and I didn't allow him to massacre everyone else on the Blade ship. It's like, Eric's kind of got a little point, but not, I mean.
Well, I think, so the author's voice disagrees with Eric.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, I don't know if I entirely agree with Eric either.
No.
You pick a side.
Eric did what Eric's going to do. It's like,
right.
He cannot violate his own programming.
However, I do think that Johnny Five is alive. He's not just a robot. Right? Like he's a entity, right? Like he has hey, none of the two men did not grant him a soul, but you know, he's got that consciousness. And so he made his decision, and they all kind of knew what he was when they brought him.
Yeah.
So, hey, you know, it's hard to get mad at him.
Yeah, you bring someone who's going to ruin a party, they're going to ruin a party.
That's right. You bring me, I'm going to ruin a party.
No, you're the life of the party. You put on all those lights, you know, normal stuff. Don't listen to our next podcast. It's just going to be this. Mixed with that. Yep, I knew what you were doing. I fucking knew it. Next, we go to Marco. God damn it. God damn it.
Well, actually, no. First, they need a diversion.
Well,
what's going on with the diversion?
No, Eric's like, Cassie's like, well, we had to flush the Yerks for a diversion. He's like, what do you mean a diversion?
Yeah, he brings up that good point.
Yeah.
What actually, okay, so my stance is with the pool is I agree with, you know, flushing the Yerks if you need to flush the Yerks. I don't entirely buy that a diversion.
It was not a diversion. It was not a diversion.
Yeah, like, the more I think about that, I'm like, wasn't a diversion, was it?
No, there were definitely weapons in Iraq, so we did the right thing. There were that was the right thing.
Yeah, like yellow cake, the worst kind of cake. Here's my favorite one. You ready for the favorite? Right, because like, when do I use the line sniff?
Well, we'll be using it when we take a break later. Oh, Chapter 7, Marco. Oh, sorry. Have your champagne first. Celebrate our last episode. This is it.
So Marco is now looking at the flopping like Yerk of Visser 3 just flopping on the floor. He's like, there's this weird scene where he has to scramble to find a place to put him.
Yeah. He finds a suitcase filled with cookies because one of the Yerks loved cookies, and he's brought cookies on the pool ship.
Yeah, I mean, like, listen, I'm a husky lad. I've hidden snacks.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You know?
Yeah, you keep marshmallows under your pillow for secret eating.
That's right. Or just Zots in my car.
Oh, you have Carzots. I totally forgot. I got a
Yeah.
bag of jerky in the back of my car.
It's great. Anyway, so he shoves Visser 3 into this briefcase. He's like, all right, job 1 done. We got it. What's task number 2? Call up the Andalite High Command.
Yep.
Great. How do they? Okay, so first off, they say like, okay, who are you? What, like, get off this phone line. It's a
Right.
very important phone line. You artish.
I'm waiting for a call. Get off.
Yeah,
It's like the time we
I don't
destroyed your
want to be
brother's
pranked by
life.
some. Do you think the Yerks like prank called them?
Oh God, that'd be so good. It's like, hey, do you have any good grass there? Oh, we have the best grass. Yeah, but you do.
What's your name, kid? Star Shower? Well, yes, my son is named Star Shower.
This dumb bitch name is Star Shower.
Yeah, they immediately think they're Yerks calling, pranking them again.
Right.
But no, actually, Marco like shows up and he says, "This ship is under the control of the Earth Liberation Army." I grinned. It was a wonderfully grandiose name for a handful of kids. Axe repeated it word for word in this, to the skeptical Andalite.
Do you seriously expect me to believe that humans have seized control of the Yoke pool ship? Artish, Assimili, Escarado, Isthil? Clearly, you are controller. Clearly, this is a clumsy trap. I'm tired of picking up these phone calls. Please stop calling. Stop. You know we know who you are. Stop it.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
We should prank call more. We have this new soundboard. We can prank call people.
We can prank call from the soundboard?
You want to call someone right now?
No, we can't. Or can we? We can. Hey, DM me your phone number so I can prank call you. Anybody.
So anywho, like this is where the book kind of like falls apart logically,
A little bit, yeah.
right? Because so Jake shows up. He's like, "All right, listen, I got this deal for you, right?" Actually, no, sorry, I apologize. It's Arbron.
Yeah.
Right, because
No,
Arbron's kind of.
It's not Arbron. It's Alaran.
Oh shit, yeah.
Alaran's like, tell them you'll give them the fucking pool ship. I'm trying to get my Alaran back.
Yeah.
Tell them you'll give them the pool ship. Is Rambo, right?
Yeah, it's Rambo, and like he's a little beleaguered because he's just getting his freedom.
Yeah,
back.
he hasn't had that for a while. And
Right.
Marco's like, fuck yeah. Hey, we'll give you the pool ship. And Alaran's like, tell them we'll take all the bug fighters to wherever they want. We'll self-destruct them and they can have the pool ship.
They're like, "Who are you?"
It's like, I'm motherfucking Alaran. Cemetery Korass. You know who I am.
And so they're like, "Okay, well, yeah, meet us at this coordinates. That sounds like a good deal. We'll meet at the dome ship Elfangor." Axe swelled about a size. The dome ship named for Elfangor. There's no higher honor for a warrior.
A well-named ship, Alaran said. Now, officer of the day offering. You're gonna want to contact the captain because you have just captured a Yerk pool ship. We'll advance you at space, normal speed at any point you name. All bug fighters will be deployed around the ship, and as we reach the rendezvous point, we'll see all the bug fighters self-destruct. At that time, we will detach the pool's main ship engines. All weapons will be powered down. Ship will be perfectly helpless. And that's like, they're like, oh yeah, let's do that. Yeah.
And the way they describe it sucks. It was kind of as if in the middle of the World War II, the World War II.
The World War II.
Yeah. The Japanese Navy.
Actually, let's just call it World War II. Take the off.
Ooh.
We'll make it, Facebook.
Okay, here we go. World War II. The Japanese Navy had called up the U.S. Navy and said, "Hey, we're going to turn over our biggest aircraft carrier to you. Come over and pick up the keys." Michael Grant. And I mean this.
Fuck off.
Stop. We don't care about World War II.
We don't.
I don't care about fucking Wildcats, Zeros, Kurihi. I don't care about Operation Market Garden. I don't care about name World War II shit. What do you got?
Holocaust. No. I care about that.
No. Well, we care about that one.
Yeah.
But you know what? Hey, we don't care about the M1. We don't care about the rifle.
No.
We
Fuck
don't.
the Pacific Theater. All of it.
Yeah, we don't care about those weird stick grenades that the Germans had. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you don't care about-
Pineapples are our boys. None of them sticky boys.
Yeah. Sticky bombs. We don't care about
The
those.
bombs that stick.
Yeah, we don't care about those. We don't care about World War II. It was a bad war.
Yeah. Well, I mean, come on, man.
It was. What, you're saying it should have happened?
No war should happen, but the right thing happened with World War II. It's one of those almost ethically okay outcomes in war. We'll get into it. Don't worry. Almost. I knew you weren't done. You said you were done.
Okay.
That's what I say for you. You fucking do that again, I'll blast your head off. Why did you put the guns next to the children cheering? Did you know what you were doing?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So yeah, they made a plan, and they're gonna follow through with this plan, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they fly to the coordinates, right? And they like, okay, hey, we got the bug ship. Here are the bug keys, or the pool keys, I suppose, right? And like, you know, they're on the end of it. There's like I don't know what Yerks would have on their keychain. Sorry, my iPad is doing something wacky.
A miniature Yerk pool, maybe? I don't know. What are Yerks like? Having threesomes till they die?
Do you think it's just like a big like oat leaf? They just have like an oat leaf, and
they go to a party. They break out the candied ginger. It's like cutting it into lines.
So the maple is the best part because the maple does have a leaf, so they could just have a maple leaf.
Right.
Like, oh, you're a fan of the Canucks?
No, we can't go there. We're not allowed. Yerks are not allowed in Canada. No,
yeah, they can't go to Canada. So they hand over these keys, and you know, who's this guy? Who's this nerd?
Ascalon.
Yeah.
Aslan.
Aslan is just like, he takes the keys. He's like, okay, thanks. Well, that was cool. Bye.
Yeah.
And Jake says like, well, hold on, wait. We made a deal with the Yerks that we would turn them into humans if we handed over the bug ship, and they surrendered.
Yeah.
We also have all these taxons.
Yeah.
They need to become snakes. We have all of these. What else are the demands? We want you to not blow up Earth. Please don't blow up Earth.
Please don't do that.
Like there's this whole list of demands that we have that we thought we were getting a deal with you when we handed over these keys.
Yeah, and Ascon's like, I didn't agree to that. No.
Okay, could you hand back the keys?
No, sorry. We won. Whatever happens to the Yerks, fuck them. Fuck them. We'll kill the taxons too.
And Jake says this, which, again, natural leader. Captain, thank you for coming over. As soon as we have settled some details, I'll be glad to hand over the ship to you. Details. Yes, the Yerk prisoners of war have been promised an opportunity to be subjected to morphine technology. We also have a number of taxons down on the surface. Denied, the captain said. It took me aback. I hadn't expected this flat denial. I promised them. You had no right to promise what you do not own. The important part of having leverage is that you don't give it up immediately.
Ever.
And, well, until the deal is done. Right? And he's just like, he hands over the keys and then says, hey, how about these things? Of course, like the guy's not.
No.
Like, what motivation does he have to, like, you know, help out some Yerks and, you know, break Ciro's kindness?
Stupid.
They're stuck in a pickle. Marco just gets mad, which doesn't help.
No.
Right?
He's like, you pompous old jerk, give us our stuff.
My promise to the Yerks and the taxons will be honored, I said, trying my best to sound determined and confident and forceful. The morphine technology is the property of the Andalite people. I'm aware that you are morph capable yourself, as well as a number of your people. Despite the fact that it was illegal, we don't intend to take any action against you for that. But the technology will not be made available to anyone further. And in comes, with the swagger and confidence of, say, an actual leader, Axe.
Yeah. Axe kind of is like, well, actually.
No, he says, like, and keep in mind, this person is like, what, the president?
Yeah.
Right?
Like, well, he's not the president, but he's like a huge war general.
Like, who would be the equivalent here?
Mad Dog?
Saddam Hussein.
Whoa. Wow. Okay. Yeah, it's Sodom so damn insane.
So damn insane. He says, Captain Prince Asculin, I hereby declare a challenge.
A dozen Andalites stopped breathing. I looked at Marco. He shrugged. He had no clue either. Ascalon laughed.
You would have to be of princely rank or have the support of an Andalite of princely rank.
Silence. Then, I hold that rank, Alaran said. A very long silence. In a low, dangerous tone, Ascalon said,
Alaran, you are under suspicion already for your actions on the Hork-Bajir world. I wouldn't.
What I did on the Hork-Bajir world was precisely what you and the fleet were preparing to do to this world, Alaran shot back. Ascalon focused all his eyes forward, a sign of intense concentration for an Andalite.
I was under orders. You acted alone.
I still retain my rank, Alaran grated. I am a war prince. This Aris has declared a challenge, and I support his challenge. The requirements of the law are satisfied. He's so happy with himself. It's so happy.
Yo, could you imagine if Alaran just like farted and just ripped it in there? Sounds something like this.
Out of his foot, because that's where they eat.
Actually, do they have buttholes?
Of course they do. You just got to spread the hair and find it. It's like a deer.
Oh, okay.
It's no good.
Yeah, so I mean, like this is comedically funny. Like Gruff Prince and Prince Alaran versus Fancy Fop, who's like never actually seen war, right?
Yes.
Who essentially is just like this like nerdy rules lawyer, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so like okay, so I guess like this is like a trial by combat is what Axe proposed.
Yep.
It's like, hey, I'll fight you. And if I win with the support of Prince Alaran here, like I get to dictate the rules.
And we should mention that Axe and by extension Marco were blackmailing Ascalon by broadcasting this all on the Andalite public TV instead of just the secure military channel. So the government or the war division of the government could not just kill everyone involved. So they were blackmailed into doing the right thing. Because that's what you have to do to soldiers is blackmail them into doing the right thing.
Yeah, it definitely works when like war crimes are exposed. Like soldiers get caught and they get punished for their atrocities. Just like here, like the Fourth Estate really works. And I think that by broadcasting this out, they were able to get this fancy lad.
Right. And so Ascalon goes back to confer with his generals, and Alaran's like, they're going to talk, and if they come back to fight, that means they believe they have a chance of winning, so we better be prepared. But...
and we should also point out, Axe at this point has seen so many battles, done so many tail fights with what was the best tail fighter in the universe.
Alaran, and that his old girlfriend who was the sister of the best tail fighter.
Right. Axe is good at doing this, and he's had a lot of practice. I bet you.
He's seen more war than all these other Andalites combined.
It's like if you challenged Donald Rumsfeld to, a punching match. It's just I'm sure, whatever, you were probably good in your prime, but you are an old crusty shit, and I can just push you over.
Yeah.
Actually, no, he's dead now, so that works out.
Yes! We did it! Animorphin time, we did it! We killed Donald Rumsfeld! Yeah, one more in the grave, down in the ground. Fuck you, Donald Rumsfeld.
I'm gonna let it play out.
Good.
So, long story short is that they come back. They're
Ascalon sends the lowest ranked guy and be like, okay, we agree to your terms. Whatever.
And in walks in this fucking lanyard and lights.
Yeah.
He comes in and he's just some intern. He's so the senator has decided to capitulate to your demands.
Yeah.
Here's 4 morphine cubes. Get the fuck out.
Yeah. We make Axe a prince. He's in charge of y'all.
He got way more than they asked for, by the way.
Yeah, they totally did. And we get it's a nice little moment with Alaran. Did you like this bit where he says, Alaran turned his main eyes to me. He gave me a strange look. I never hoped to be free again. You freed me. I have done what I have done in my life. I am what I am, though I may have gained at least some wisdom through the years of enslavement of Visser 1. Just the same, I will always be Alaran, the butcher of Hork-Bajir. Alaran, the only Andalite to be taken alive by the Yeerks, but disgraced, even despised. Whatever I am worth, I am yours to command. The speech was delivered in low thought-speak tone, all emotions severely controlled, but then Alaran whipped his tail blade over his head so fast it cracked like a whip. He smiled the subtle Andalite smile and yelled, Do you know who did that? Do you know who moved my tail? I did! I did! I did it! I smiled, but more for him than for me. If he would forever be the butcher of the Hork-Bajir, what would my name be?
So, this is great because like we're actually getting endings.
Yeah, for sure.
Right, like not just like the big Rachel ending, but like, you know, like this book is for the people that have read all, like, you know, 54 of these.
Yeah, and Megamorphs, Chronicles, all of it.
Right, and they're like, oh yeah, Alarin was kind of a big part in 2 of those, right?
Yeah.
Like, so, like, we should wrap this up.
Yeah.
And he's just like, he gets his body back and he's happy, even though he's a war criminal.
Yeah.
Oh, I wonder if there's hope for us yet.
Yeah.
You know, like, whatever, he should be in prison. But, right, like, hey, we can't forget about that, right?
Right.
Do you think Toby is like cool with that?
Nah.
Right? Like, think about that. They had like a whole guerrilla war.
Yeah.
And Toby's just like watching and was like, oh, I'm free now.
I did that. And Toby's just like, I'm going to fucking kill you.
Right. But like, there are sacrifices to be made for the greater good. In this case, Alaran being on their side helps them out. So
it's like you said, it's an ending.
Yeah, right. Ribbon boat up there. We don't need any more on Alaran. He's able to crack his whip now, and that's great.
Yeah, good guy. Good guy. Terrible guy. Good guy.
Terrible guy. He's free now. Please leave.
Groovy.
I did that one. Incredible. What an investment.
Things happened quickly.
Yeah, we go to chapter 9 with
chapter
Cassie.
9, yeah.
And things do happen quickly. They give the pool ship over. They promote Axe like we said. They give 4 morphine cubes for Axe to decide what to do. And we get the funeral of Rachel.
Well, yeah, like, okay, so first, like, they go and they distribute the morphine cubes. They do everything that they need to do. There's a lot of logistics that happen.
Right.
And I'm glad we're not, like, reading that happen.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck about that.
We don't care. I don't care. Right.
No.
I don't care about the, you know, like the logistics of handing off the morphine cube. What I do care about is that when they were flying into Earth's orbit, they noticed a body floating in space, young, female. The blade ship had jettisoned her body just before going into zero space. So they find a like frozen Rachel just kind of like flying through space.
A head half smashed from polar bear claw.
Right. It's like, yeah, we found this girl floating in orbit.
And I mean, the Andalites do honor her. They do the Andalites' death honor by covering her in a beautiful shroud.
Yeah.
It's nice, but it's hard to read.
Yeah, we get finally, like, we get to see Rachel's mother. She's back.
Yeah, I was there when Rachel returned. Her mother was there too. The Andalites treated her body with great respect. She had been wrapped in some sort of cloth. I guess it was the Andalite way. They uncovered her face, and Rachel's mom and I identified her. 2 days later, Rachel's body was cremated. It was inconceivable that she'd ever want to be buried in the ground. She ended up a few handfuls of ashes in a pretty china urn. Everyone is at the memorial ceremony. By this point, our story had swept the planet. Everyone alive knew our names. The memorial had to be held outside. Fortunately, it was a nice day. You could see the Pacific Ocean from the spot in the cemetery where Rachel's monument would be placed. There was a dozen honor guard of Free Hork-Bajir. 24 Andalite warriors stood at attention. Our friend and ally General Doubleday was there. Quite a few men and women in uniform. Like,
yeah, it's all very touching. Like, I especially like the part of like Rachel like would enjoy that the president of the United she likes power, right? And so having the presidents give a speech,
well, I mean,
she would have liked it.
They say this. I guess Rachel would have liked it in her own way. She would have laughed. She would have thought it was all way over the top, but at the same time, she would have liked the attention. Would have, but she was a few ounces of ash in a jar resting inside of an open wooden box. The ceremony was almost over when I saw him. I'd been watching the sky. I knew if he was still alive, he would come. He wheeled high overhead, riding a thermal. His hawk eyes would see everything, of course, even from half a mile up. But as the band played some horribly depressing music, down he came. He swooped down and landed on the box, wings flaring. One of the ushers moved to chase him off. Jake took the man's arms. Tobias closed his talons around the urn's small handle. He glanced fiercely at Rachel's mom. She was crying, had been all along. She sobbed and nodded her head, giving her permission. Then Tobias looked at me. I said, yes, Tobias, she would want it. I don't know where he found the strength to lift that urn, but he did. He flew away. Low at first, then catching a thermal, he bore the urn away into the sky.
I love this for a couple of reasons. One, I think, like, yes, of course, Tobias should have the ashes. Rachel would want that.
Yeah.
I think Rachel's the kind of person that thinks about a lot about her death.
Yeah.
Or did think a lot about her death.
She doesn't think anything anymore. She's dead.
No, yeah, she's a small amount of ash inside of a box, right? There is another hero here. And we now get introduced to a new hero, which is the usher. The usher who tried to shoo away Tobias. Get out of here, bird! Get out of here! These are heroes' ashes. It doesn't belong to a bird.
I started getting emotional reading that. Oh,
shoo! Get away!
Oh fuck! Yeah, get away, emotion. Get away.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
It's not fine.
But like, I don't care about my body. Do you care about your body when you die?
I mean, no, I don't care about my body, but I care about the effect that my death will have on the people that I love.
Yeah. So yeah, Tobias like grabs her ashes and leaves, and I don't know what Tobias does with them. Right? Like we never really find out. I don't know if he spreads them or
he flies with them one last time. Like multiple times through this series, they go on dates by flying around together.
Yeah. Do you think he eats them?
Shoves him down his cloaca? No, I don't think that.
Why not?
Why would he?
I think he would do some lines of Rachel.
You were waiting. You were fucking waiting for that. Incredible.
I hit the wrong button.
What is that one?
What, the gavel? Well, let's just say that the gavel's important because the trial begins.
Not yet. We go to a year later. Is that all we're going to say about the funeral of Rachel?
Well, yeah, because
this is someone we spent 2.5 years with. Let's get all our feelings for Rachel out.
Okay, so yeah, let's have our final thoughts about Rachel. Controversial take. She should have died earlier in these books.
Yeah, you hit me with that one last night when I was fucking 3 gens in.
And not necessarily like, early on in the books, but I mean like, right
in the
around
end game, yeah.
She should have died on the train.
Okay, yeah.
Right, let's imagine this, right? They have a bomb on the train. They run the train into the pool ship. It explodes. Rachel's there. Equally cool death, I think. They spread her body in a different, cooler way around the city. And so, okay, she's dead. And then like we get a Tobias book, a Tobias processing the death of Rachel. Yeah. We get other books like Rachel's still like looming large within the story. And we get more time to digest what happened to Rachel.
Yeah.
Here, we get a nice funeral, like legitimately a nice funeral.
Absolutely.
And 1 year later, without like the processing and the internal thoughts of everyone involved, because they all interacted with Rachel.
Yeah.
They all have thoughts about Rachel, I bet.
Yeah.
We don't hear those.
No. Like the criticisms I give this book, I love this book, by the way. I love the ending. Sorry, spoiler alert, but it's rushed and it's done with Rachel. Like it's done.
Yeah.
She's gone.
Like her effects loom large in the story, but like they're to serve other characters.
Yeah.
And it's like, no, we know Rachel. Like we read those books. We know her thoughts.
Yeah.
Right. And so it would have been nice to, I don't know. It would have been nice to sit with it a bit longer, I think, because there's a lot of work to do here. Not going to blame the authors. They had the like.
There was a deadline. Yeah.
There's a deadline. You got 4 books before we end it. Go.
Yep.
And so like, yeah, of course, like, this is fine.
Yeah.
Right.
And I would say respectful too, I think they handle her death respectfully.
Sure. Yeah.
Some people disagree. That's fine.
Yeah. It's fine. We're fine here.
It's all fine.
Everything's fine.
I did that one.
What?
Oh man, I love when kids die.
That's the crying sound. He's actually sniffing away.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so like, okay, but like really though, do I care about Rachel? She should die. More of them should have died. A lot of people died.
I got a spoiler for you. Pretty much all of them die.
Yeah, but like so many people have died that like, okay, I agree. Like Rachel gets extra special attention because we've been along in that journey.
She's one of the Animorphs. Yeah, for sure.
Right. But, Jerry Helmy like died.
Yeah, I care about, that's book 13, man.
Right. Like James died.
Yeah.
those Animorphs, they got melted.
Yeah.
That's important.
Yeah.
What is Visser 3 thinking right now? Like, there's so much work to do, and it's like a little bit frustrating. Like, okay, there's stories untold here.
Well, I think we should go now to the clip of Catherine Applegate and Michael Grant explaining it. I was going to do the fart noise, but you moved away.
It's my soundboard.
God damn you. God damn you. It's fine. Okay, thank you. It's rushed, but it's good.
It's rushed, but it's good. And I think that they prioritize well because 1 year later.
Yeah, we get a time jump 1 year later.
We don't care about what happens in the meantime. I love a good time jump.
Yeah.
I think 1 year's a good time. And Marco's career is going pretty well.
Yeah, he's he goes on all the talk shows. He goes on Conan. He goes on all the other ones, Oprah.
He goes on Letterman, Jay Leno, Conan, The Today Show, Good Morning America, Jon Stewart, Oprah?
Yeah.
Oprah?
Bill O'Reilly even.
Does he go on Bill O'Reilly?
He says, yeah, been there. Bill O'Reilly called me a genuine American hero.
Here's one name I didn't get. Greta Van Stroosen.
Sustern? Yeah, she's just a fucking pundit who sucks.
Okay.
She sucks.
They're all awful.
Yeah.
Except for Conan. He's perfect.
You know how we should get rid of them? Oh, damn it, I thought it was the guns. But yeah, they've all become celebrities. Hooray for Animorphs!
Okay. Reset.
No,
we gotta bring it back. All right.
So they've all become celebrities. Marco is leaning into the celebrity. He does all the talk shows because they wanted Jake, but very early on they realized Jake was a broken husk of a person who's not good on camera.
Yeah, it doesn't make good radio.
Like, why would you talk to athletes after a sports game? Because, I mean, they're athletes. That's what they're good at. They're not public speakers. It's like, yeah, we played the game. We played the game real hard. We played the game real good. The team played a little better. We'll do better next time.
And
that's what you're getting with Jake on a talk show. It's like, yeah, we killed some Yerks. We did them good. They played a little better most of the time, but we got them there in the end. It's like, you don't want that.
Yeah, he should just do stunts, actually. I think the audience would love stunts.
Which is what Marco ended up doing. He talks about how he's the main event on a TV show. He plays a character named Nick Lang who turns into animals. And it's like, he's doing what Jake wanted to do.
Yeah, and I love this. Like, it's like fantasy fulfillment because honestly, if your kid reading this, yes, you are thinking about the struggles war, but you're also thinking about the cool reward and everyone looking up to you once it's done.
No, and the cool thing is, they mention how Cassie's she saved the rainforest. She does all this cool environmental work.
She didn't stop working, right?
No.
She went right back to it.
Yeah. And they talk about how they're making a movie about their life with Spielberg. They talk about how great all this is. They mention how the taxons all moved down to the
they fulfilled their promise.
Rainforest in Brazil, and they talk about Arbron got shot by a poacher.
It's okay. No, you can't glaze over Arbron. You have to read the exact line.
Arbron was shot and killed by poachers. It was a big incident for a while. They caught the poachers and put them away. Everyone said how terrible it was, but Arbron was probably grateful. He'd saved his adopted people, but he had been a prisoner of that awful taxon hunger, and that's no way to live. He liked getting shot, actually.
Marco makes this heavy assumption of, you know what? Yeah, I think he probably liked being dead. I think that he actually did envy the dead.
Yeah.
And so it was cool that the poachers did that. Arbron, poor Arbron.
Right. And they talk about how the Andalites are coming there for tourist things. They acquire humans. They really love Cinnabon. They really love it.
We have other desserts.
Right.
It's more than just Cinnabon.
But they're so good.
What about smoking? They love smoking.
They do love smoking as well.
We know they love smoking.
And we get this incredible chapter of all these endings, wish fulfillment, the world is expanding, the universe is expanding.
These people that we've been with for 2.5 years, us, right? But what 5 years or something?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. But it's
they're getting rewarded for their hard work, and it's cool to see it, and we're happy for it, right? Because even the Hork-Bajir, they get Yellowstone.
Yeah, they get their own little place, their world.
Right, they're stealing many a pick in a basket. And like it's great.
Yeah.
And like everyone's happy. Like Axe, he's doing really well. He got he became an official prince, and he was a huge hero back home. He stepped out of the shadow of Elfangor, which is nice.
He established himself as a like truly great hero.
Right. Marco is like fucking. Like that's apparently like the thing that he wanted. He wanted to be fucking.
And
I mean, well, honestly, like again, as a teenager, like you know, it makes sense.
And to this book's credit, I think this is done really well. You get all this cool stuff that everybody's doing. And this chapter ends with talking about how broken and isolated and sad Jake is. Like, I love. As for Jake, well, my boy Jake has always had a serious side to him. I mean, I tried to talk to him about things, but some guys shake off a war and move on, and other guys don't. Jake carried Tom and Rachel and those 17,000 yerks around his neck like the ancient mariner in his albatross. Being Jake, he didn't lose it. He didn't go off and become some kind of drug addict or have some big breakdown or whatever. He was still Jake, but he was a different Jake. Smaller and bigger at the same time, if that makes any sense. He was closed off, inward. He would sound almost like the old Jake sometimes, but you got the sense that he was out of phase with everyone else. Like, he was a half step behind or ahead or behind. Of course, this just made him into the strong and silent type, and he's always was a big, good-looking guy, so we got marriage proposals and other proposals from girls as young as 12 and women old enough to be his grandmother. No interest. He loved Cassie, of course, but I don't know what happened there. I know when I talk to Cassie, I ask her if she's seen him, and the answer's always no. The same when I talk to Jake, though he always says he's just about to call her, just about to. Write a book? No thanks. Endorsements? No thanks. Every college on the planet tried to recruit him. No thanks. West Point offered him a gig as an instructor in the tactical application of emerging technologies in xeno warfare. No thanks. If he'd been old enough, he could have run for president as a candidate of Democrats and Republicans, or both. Jake was the biggest hero the world had ever seen because he was a hero for all humans, not one nation. He had saved the lives and freedom of the entire human race. I mean, he could have snapped his fingers and had anything he wanted. The problem was he didn't want anything, except for Tobias to come back, for Rachel and Tom to be alive, for the chance to unlive one fateful moment when he gave that order, the doomed 17,000 defenseless yerks. I worried about him. Okay. I worried about him while sitting by my pool or driving my Maserati or escorting some bubbly hot Hollywood honey past the rope line at the most exclusive clubs. I worried about him. I hadn't seen Jake or Cassie in a couple months when my lawyer called to say the date had been set. Now the three of us would be together again in The Hague, Netherlands. We were to testify in the war crimes trial of the Yerk prisoner, Visser 1.
Calling to order the war crimes of the prisoner, Jake Berenson.
Oh!
Yeah, you didn't see where here's the idea is that what makes the difference between Visser 3 and Jake is that Jake feels bad about it.
Yeah.
Right. And so it's very important that we, the reader, understand that Jake, he is suffering punishment for his crimes. Right. Like that's kind of what so a year later, everyone has gotten what they wanted.
Yes.
Right. Everyone has their dream fulfilled. Right.
Cassie is like an environmentalist, kicking ass, saving the planet, actually saving the planet.
Yeah. Like taking care of the Hork-Bajir, like, you know, taking care of animals and doing what she wants to do.
Going to school. She even still wants to be a vet.
Yeah. Axe is super famous. He's stepped out. He's beat his brother in popularity, which I guess is what he wanted.
Right.
Well, I think he wanted like community and family, but okay, but also, you know, fame's pretty good.
But yeah, also, yeah, like being as badass or more than your brother is also very important.
Right. Marco's out there fucking and sucking and doing lines. And Jake got what he wanted, which is the ability to feel guilty, to feel the weight of leadership. Like, he wants this. He wanted all of this. And, you know, there's this running theme throughout this book is like, well, you know, Jake actually didn't want leadership. We hoisted it upon him.
They call that out in the trial, too.
Right. It's just like they picked the tallest kid and made him the leader. No, actually, I think that he likes this responsibility. He likes wallowing in his own misery. I think he enjoys all of this.
Yeah.
Because he was just one of those kids that was conditioned for whatever reason or, you know, had a affiliation with glory and pain and misery.
Yeah.
And Okay, well, congratulations, Jake.
Hey, you did it.
You did it.
You
right?
did it.
And
Sorry, I thought that was the celebrating one. Oops.
I got it. Congratulations, Jake.
You did it, boy.
You fucking won. It's not that he likes being sad about Rachel and Tom about the war crimes he committed,
Right.
but he knows that he has to feel those in order to really achieve glory. Jake wants glory. That's the one thing he wants, and he can't get there yet because there has to be a period where he feels bad about it.
Right.
Because if he doesn't feel bad about it, he is Visser 1. Visser 1 does not feel bad about anything.
Not a thing.
He loves all the things he did. He would do them again because he fucking loves killing. He loves murdering.
Loves it.
The only thing that he regrets is that he didn't kill Jake earlier.
Ooh.
And so, like, we put him on trial at The Hague.
Yeah.
Like, I kind of hate that he's given due process.
Because it doesn't work. Yeah.
Well, no, but like, it doesn't work. But also, like, part of the reason why is like he can't get what he wants, and the one thing he does not want is to be put on trial and put in prison. That's the last thing he wanted. He wanted to win, or at very least, like, choke on Jake. Right? You know, he wanted to like bring them down if he was going to go down.
Yes.
And so, like, this is the last thing he wanted. He didn't want to be on fucking trial. Right? So we go to The Hague.
Well, before we get to his trial, let's talk about the survival guilt that Cassie and Marco have. They talk about how they both have like handled post-war stuff pretty well, like they've got their lives together, and they worry about Jake. And one of the big criticisms of this book is whenever two characters who are not Jake get together, all they say is, "Where's Jake? What's Jake doing? How's Jake doing?" It's like, we spent 60 of these books caring about Marco and Cassie and Jake and Axe, Tobias, and then the other one, I don't remember who died. And she, like, they even say, man, we were only friends because Jake knew both of us. And it's like, no, you both took on the Helmicrons together.
It's been several years. You went through a traumatic experience. You probably had phone calls, and also you had conversations.
Yes.
You were friends when you fought the Helmicrons.
Yeah. Like, Marco wanted to fuck you. It's like,
well, okay, but like, it's different.
Yeah.
But like, these last books, you're right. The biggest complaint I have with these last books and the ending is that they're Jake focused, and I still, to the very end, do not care about Jake.
No.
I could care less about Jake.
Yeah.
He has nothing going on in that brain.
Not a thing other than he just cries a lot.
Like, yeah, he cries a lot. Well, okay, but like I could care for somebody who cries a lot. Tobias cries a lot internally.
Yeah.
He mind cries. But like, yeah, Jake he cries, but like I don't care. I don't care that he cries because I don't know his motivation. I don't know like what he's thinking, what he's feeling, because he doesn't know.
Right.
He just knows I should be sad.
Yeah.
And so he cries. Or rather, like I'm putting that on him because we just never get that level of humanity with Jake.
No, not like the others.
Right. He is like General Patton, Batman. What's the other? Robert E. Lee. Like he's like these fucking generals, which are monsters.
Yeah.
Right. Because they don't feel.
Yeah.
Why did he like Cassie?
There's no way to know.
We know, like, yeah, like we know why like Tobias and Rachel liked each other. Right. Like, because, well, for various reasons, codependency. Yeah. Like, I'm not saying it's a healthy relationship, but we know like
it's understandable.
Right. That we saw that relationship grow and evolve with like through their emotions.
Yeah.
They had emotional connection. Jake never had that with Cassie because I don't think Jake feels emotions in the way that we feel emotions.
No, Jake goes through the motions of what he's supposed to do. And I think of, was it book 53 where he's like, after the war, we should get married because that's what he thinks he's supposed to say.
Yeah.
Like that's what he's supposed to do. He's supposed to feel like the broken soldier. Like as much as that Civil War book was the worst Animorphs book,
you learn about Jake.
You learn about Jake through that book and that he thinks he's supposed to suffer because of war. So that's what he does.
He's the perfect soldier in that he doesn't feel shit.
Yeah.
Jake sucks.
We're going with it to the end, baby.
Yeah, like I'm back on it. Like whatever. Like his character arc is that he got better at war.
Yeah.
Right? Like that's it. That's his character arc. He learned like how to not be shitty at war.
Right.
And that's his character arc. And that sucks. That's not the story I want from the leader.
No.
Right? But like, you know, if you need that perfect soldier, yeah, Jake's a good candidate. Yeah, he's a great soldier.
A better like
He's a great leader and like military leader in that sense, in that like, oh, he had to make the hard choice to send Rachel off. No, it's because that he could.
Yeah.
You know? And like, I don't think that's heroic at all. I think that sucks shit.
I agree. And it's like, I think about Jimmy Carter a lot and how he spent most of his life after being president just building houses.
Yeah.
It's like Jake should have done the same thing. If you feel so fucking guilty about everything you did, you should have been an anti-war fucking dude who goes out there and fights against anti-war. But this little bitch becomes a counter-terrorism instructor.
Let's get into the trial, because there's a moment in the trial that I really think highlights this.
Jake sucks.
Jake sucks. So
Before we do that,
okay.
let's take a moment, shall we?
Okay.
Let's talk about our boy. Our precious, beautiful boy. The one, the only. Final time we get any time with him.
Not Visser 1.
Not Visser 1. Never was Visser 1. But our boy.
Oh, shit.
S1. Visser 3. And he did conspire to subjugate the people of Earth through subversion, terror, and violence. 4. That the defendant did conspire to overthrow all legitimate forms of government through subversion, terror, and violence. 5. That the defendant did commit numerous acts of attempted murder. 6. That the defendant committed murder in the specifics contained in Appendix 2C. 7. That the defendant committed or caused to be committed numerous acts of torture in the specifics contained in Appendix 2D. 8. The defendant did be a fucking badass. Our boy is on trial in The Hague. Something that should have happened to Henry Kissinger, George W. Bush.
Right, but like the thing that we're learning about trials, especially trials at The Hague, is that it's for the people that lost.
Yeah.
If you lost, you go to The Hague.
Yep.
Because we need to punish you. You lost. You lost this war.
Yeah, you lost.
Visser 3 lost the war. He messed up real bad. And as a result, he now has to have these wars against the state told against him. You know, it's like, oh, you're an insurrectionist.
Yeah, and they were like, we don't know how we're going to get a slug to testify. That's when Axe was like, actually, Andalites can handle this. So
they want to handle this.
Andalite technicians created a Yerk box. It was about the size of a hardcover book. Contained a miniaturized Kandrona source, a computer interface, and a voice synthesizer. The Visser could hear and see and speak. The box, painted lavender for some obscure Andalite reason, sat on a pedestal facing the curved judge's bench. There was a panel of 5 judges: American, Dutch, Chinese, Kenyan, and Chilean.
Sure.
Yeah, fine, whatever. So the Visser's got a bunch of like a dozen appointed lawyers. They knew they had no chance because our boy from book 1 was an evil and loving it motherfucker who did every evil and loving it motherfucking thing he could do to ruin everyone's time.
Right. He's not trying to pretend he's a good person.
No, not like Jake.
He's 100% like, yeah, no, I'm evil. I want to subjugate you and make you my brain slaves.
Yeah, I want to win, and I'm going to do it in the most vile way possible.
Right.
Brave.
Good on Visser 3. Like, you know, honestly, like, yeah, just be honest about it. You want to, like, you know, rule over us. Cool. I mean, not cool, actually. I'm glad that you were stopped.
Yes, yeah, evil, vile monster, but at least an honest evil, vile monster.
And, like, this idea of the trial is just to make everyone feel better about, like, what they're about to do to him.
Right.
Which is huck that box into the ocean.
Yeah.
Let the Lyrans? No.
Yeah, Lyrans, the water ones.
No, the Atlantis people. What are they?
Oh, the Nartek.
Yeah. Huck that cube in the ocean. Let the Nartek deal.
Yeah,
with
like
them.
Queen Soko shoved that shit up her pussy. It's just like,
Right. Zip and you go. And so that's why we're having this, really why we're having this trial.
Yeah.
But
16, the defendant did perform medical experiments upon human subjects without permission. 17, that the defendant did drive more than 1 million people from their homes. 18, that the defendant did blah, 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 just all of it.
Yeah. Well, and also, like, here's the real reason is that, like, we need to establish that society still works. right? Like, it's like, okay, yes, if we had lost, these laws wouldn't matter, but like now they matter. Like everyone, you guys, laws matter in America.
Laws matter.
Like, we had that spaceship land, right? We were all scared. We all got like $600, right? But like, listen, laws still work. Okay, so here we're gonna read out all the laws.
Yep.
Here's all the laws that he broke, and he's a bad boy because he broke them.
Yep.
Please do not trust us. Society's still around.
It's still okay.
It's still cool, you guys. And so that's why they're doing this trial. But like, they call Jake to the stand as a defendant for why? Why? What are?
He's the first witness they call.
Yeah, but like, why are they calling witnesses? Like, what is he gonna say?
I mean, they have to do the trial because, a civilized society hears both sides, even though I hate the both sides shit. I hate it.
It's like he's obviously a criminal.
Yeah.
And like
he did horrible, monstrous things.
No matter what, he's going to get some sort of life sentence.
Right.
Why bother?
Oh, Nate's coming out against the justice system.
I mean, like, when the decision is already a foregone conclusion, we're only doing this to entertain others.
Right. I think a lot about
like I think a lot about the January 6th shit.
Ugh.
Right? Like, the only reason why it's happening is to make libs feel good that, the system works and that the bad people who stormed the Capitol are punished. No, they're just a bunch of yahoos that broke in.
Yeah.
Right? They're not fucking insurrectionists.
No, they're just a bunch of idiots who believed internet too much and then ruined their lives.
Right. So why do we need a trial? We already saw what they did.
Yeah.
Like, okay, yeah, they did that. They should get punished for it. Sure.
Whatever.
Yeah. Like, hey, man, you can't just break in there. Like, the trial is around in order to gloat.
Yep.
Like, we're better than Visser 3. We're better than the Yerks. We beat the Yerks. Check out this kid. He did all this shit. Right. And so that's why he's on the stand is like, look at our hero. Like, look at this indefensible young child.
Right.
But the defense must have its voice, no matter how vile. And so, like, this lawyer slithers in. He's like, so,
and he says, "Your Honor, this witness should himself be under indictment as a war criminal. If the alleged war crimes of the Yerk military officer Visser 1 are to be tried in this court, it must be in the pursuit of impartial justice. Truly impartial justice cannot be applied only against one side in a conflict. If my client is to be tried for his actions in the human Yerk war, then so must the actions of this witness. With all due respect to this court, the witness is a mass murderer, a war criminal."
The objection was denied.
I knocked the mic trying to hit the fart button.
Yeah, and so, like,
that causes Jake to, like, stutter.
Yeah, no, he feels bad. It's the last thing that Visser 3 can do from his violet box is like, war criminal, you suck, Jake.
Yeah, it's the last thing from his box. He says, "Hey, you're like me. Like, in the end, we're the same. And
we're not so different, you and I."
And I mean, yeah, they are.
The book wasn't going for that point.
But it's there.
The book is going for, there is a difference. Let's find out why.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of disagree.
Go on.
So, okay, so I do defend the pool thing, actually. Yeah. Like, I defend all of Jake's actions, to be honest. Like, I think, like, yeah, if you're fighting to defend yourself and your loved ones from an invading force.
Right. So actually a force that depends on taking over and destroying you personally.
Right. Yeah, then you're within your rights to fight back and resist. Mm-hmm. Good on Jake for that. They're the same because Jake and Visser 1, actually, no, okay. So yeah, I can't say they're the same. I think that Jake is more honest with his emotions. Mm-hmm. Or sorry, Visser 1 is more honest with his emotions. Jake is not. Mm-hmm. And that's the difference. And the difference for us, the reader, is like Jake feels bad about the things he did. Yeah. That's the only difference between, Jake and Visser 3 here, I think.
Right.
I mean, do you agree? Like,
I agree, but I also think that this is, like you said, the one attack Visser 3 can still do is make Jake feel bad about what he did. Yeah. Like he can never feel good about any of it because Visser 3 is just saying, you know what? If I'm bad, so are you. Guess what, bitch? It's right. I mean,
yeah. And so like it throws them off guard.
Mm-hmm.
They ask like, okay, start from the beginning.
Right.
Hey.
Right.
Hey, it's the title of the book.
Oh.
The title. They said the title.
Yeah, they did it.
They did it. They said the title of the book, and yeah, he bumbles it apparently.
Yeah.
I don't see like why it even matters, to be honest.
Well, it matters because in the next chapter, I mean, after he gives his testimony badly, he goes back to his hotel room to sit there with his head in his hands. Like that's what he says he does. That's all he does. When he immediately gets punched in the face by a gorilla
and dies.
It's end of Animorphs.
Yep, it is the end of Animorphs. I mean, whatever. Marco's very good at knocking people out.
Yeah.
And then he wakes up falling. Not a long fall, but it was into the water, into the waves, into the dark gray waves, topped with foam. Yeah. And like he just gets hucked into the ocean by what we assume is Marco.
Yep.
And like what, he's tied together in a weird way.
Dropped into the water with the, like they did this, Axe, Cassie, and Marco did this with the explicit hope that Jake would morph because they all say Jake hasn't morphed since the war.
Yeah, before the trial, we were talking about like morph therapy.
Yeah.
It's like, like it could be a good way to bring people out of, you know what? Ketamine also could work.
Yeah, mushrooms too.
Yeah. Give Jake ketamine. That's another long, dark gray.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh, lots of foam.
But like, point being, though, is that they huck him into the ocean because they want to force him to morph into the joyful dolphin.
Yeah, the dolphin who... Every time they morph the dolphin, it's fun, it's joyful, it's energy, it's like playful energy, just everlasting. And Jake is having none of it. Yeah,
like he resists it. He turns into a dolphin to survive, and he goes on like this like screaming, like swimming not adventure, but like, what am I thinking of? Like there's a scene, I want to say like an angry dance from Flashdance.
A Footloose, but yeah.
A Footloose. Yeah, he goes on a Footloose where he's just like dancing and screaming until his body gives out.
Yeah, he feels the energy and the joy of the dolphin, but he doesn't let himself feel it. He basically says that he's going to keep going until he runs that body down into nothing.
Right. He has I hate this, Lieutenant Dan moment.
Angry at God, yeah.
Where him and Forrest Gump go onto that ship and they get caught in that storm and he yells at the storm. He fights God and then he gives up and then he accepts God. I don't know if Jake accepts God here, but like he accepts his position and like he just needed to feel an emotion. He can borrow a feeling.
Oh, that wasn't the fart button. Damn it. I'll figure it out one day. And yeah, like what? He's done now? Like what how does he feel after like this adventure? This like release of tension. He's pissed off. He's like, you probably think you're pretty fucking clever, but you're not. I'm a piece of shit. I'm a war criminal piece of shit. And Cassie's like, no, they're wrong.
If you're a piece of shit, I'm a piece of shit.
Right. It's like, you did what you had to do. And they're like, Axe says, well, actually, I told you we could do it. And Jack's like, no, I said hit the button. I made the call. I pulled the plug. So why don't you tell me? How is that prosecutor wrong? How is Visser 1 evil and I'm not? I'd really like to know. I had intended it to be a rhetorical question. I hadn't meant to sound so plaintive. Cassie took it seriously. Jake, I've thought a lot about this. Marco rolled her eyes. Yeah, we know. I've had to think about it because I've done the same things you've done, Jake. You were the leader, but if you're a war criminal, then so were we for following you. She shivered. It was cold and the breeze was gusting. I've had to make my own peace with things I've done. Despite myself, I was hanging on her words, and despite myself, I was remember kissing her. Jake, you can't... She took a deep breath. You can't equate the victim and the perpetrator. So as long as you're playing defense, it's not possible to commit a war crime, I asked? That's pretty close to just saying that the winners make the rules because it's the winner who writes the history. She grabbed my arm and searched my eyes, forcing me to look at her. No, Jake, it isn't. There are a lot of close calls in history, lots of wars where the blame is evenly split between the sides. This isn't one of them. Before they came to Earth, no human ever attacked a Yeerk. No human ever harmed a Yeerk. This one is clear. We are the victims. They made war on us. That's good, I said softly. All of that is good. We have justification. We're the good guys. Marco said, that's right, Big Jake. We are. I nodded. This is good for the big picture. See, my problem is a little more personal. What do you mean? Axe asked. Well, Axeman, you're right. You did call my attention to the possibilities on the pool ship, and when you did that, I guess I should have thought, well, Jake, it's harsh, terrible thing to do, but you're justified because after all, you're the victim here. But that's not what I thought. You know what I thought? Cassie released her grip on me, but Marco just took a step closer right in my face. I know what you thought, Jake. You thought, die, you filthy worms. Feel the fear, Yerks. Feel the pain. Feel the helplessness. You wanted them to suffer, and the idea of them suffering and dying made you happy. You were thrilled. You were high. Cassie winced. She looked away. I said, yeah, Marco, that was about it. Word for word. And it's like, yeah, I mean...
yeah, I mean, we're in a world of shit. I need to rewatch that movie, Full Metal Jacket, because I think like that's what that movie talks about.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Jake is feeling the thing. Jake is feeling something.
Yeah.
Right? But like they're frustrated with him because they've all felt this.
Yeah.
And he's just now kind of like whatever. Again, I'm being, kind of mean to Jake, but I think it's justified. Like they're all kind of saying, yeah, we all did this.
Yeah.
And like, I don't know why. And maybe it is like Jake had to turn himself off and now he's finally kind of feeling the effects of the war because, he can't turn himself off for war anymore. He has to like stew in it.
Yeah.
And so he's not used to having to think. Right. Like, all the other Manimorphs, they were thinking. Jake couldn't think this way during the war. He had to become the soldier. And now he's getting the after effects. He's getting the aftershock.
Yeah.
Now that the crisis is over.
Yeah. Good writing, I would say.
Yeah, no, I think it is. I think it's effective. I mean, like it's great. But also like there's this follow-up that Marco says that you didn't say, which is, well, dude, you don't get to be a war criminal by thinking bad thoughts. What's done is done, not what you felt or thought. You have to judge the act. You were acting in self-defense. You were enjoying the facts that you were winning. Two different things. Mm-hmm. And like, I like that because it's very true. Yeah. I don't care how, like, if you were just like thinking like happy thoughts when you kill the Yerks, or you were feeling angry or sad or whatever. It's you judge the actions that you do.
Yes.
And, judging the actions he did. Yeah, it's fine that he, ejected the pool ship. I mean, like, you can judge the decision whether or not it was an effective, like, distraction or not. But ultimately, he was justified because it's self-defense. It was self-defense. Because if you're acting as a representative of Earth's self-defense is pull the lever.
Yeah, flush the toilet.
Flush the toilet. If you're, acting on behalf of the planet, yeah, you don't hate that oil refinery. Who's to say that pipeline? It's like, and so I think the justification lands. It's just he can't see that because he doesn't know anything except for war mode,
right?
And he's not equipped to deal with this.
And guess what? I'll throw this out. Maybe it's okay to feel good when you're winning or something bad is happening, and
you can feel guilty about it. I mean,
yes, you can feel guilty about it, but. Sure. Like I mentioned earlier in this episode, we had that young person die at my work, right? Mm-hmm. My team, myself included, because I'm going to include myself, we did everything right. We did it fast. We did it right. Nothing fucked up. I felt good about that, even though I was watching a very young person die.
Yeah, it's a job well done seeing the well-oiled machine.
Yeah. And it's like... those combating emotions are hard. Like, I'll give the writers that for even trying to express this in any kind of way. I'll hand that one to you, Kathy Apples. You did it.
Yeah. Shit's gray. Welcome to adulthood.
Yeah. Very gray. 2 years later, we go to our one Axe chapter.
Well, before we do, hold on 1 second.
Oh.
I have some breaking news. CNN breaking news. We have this just coming in. The 5-judge panel in The Hague has returned convictions on 22 of 25 counts of war crimes against the Yerk Visser 1. Visser 1, of course, was led by the Yeerks' invasion of Earth and was in command of all the Yeerks and allied forces at the end of the war. The decision means that Visser 1 will almost certainly never be released from the specially constructed prison facility that has been built in Kansas.
No worse prison than spending your life in Kansas, let's be honest.
I mean, like, do you think they put him in, like, the Magneto jail? But, like, for Yeerks?
Yeah, it's just that little box.
I just want to hit the breaking news button.
So, yes, he goes to jail and prison in Kansas.
Yeah. I mean, it's fine. He lost.
We say goodnight to our boy Visser 3.
Yeah, it's the end that he didn't want.
What's your favorite Visser 3 moment?
I think when they actually threw the bomb train into the pool and he shows up and he's just like, shit, and then just like leaves.
I like anytime he gets deflated. When he grows into a big thing and then immediately gets poked. He's like, oh, you win this time.
You know, like I'm going to bring like weird things with me throughout life from this experience. And one of them is going to be the words Lebton Javelin fish.
Yep. Yeah, that's one.
He deflates in that.
Yeah, that's it. So long, Visser 3. Yeah. We loved you.
Good night, my sweet Visser.
Esplin 9266 or something like that. I can't remember.
Yeah, how's your brother doing?
He's dead.
Man, remember him? Remember
yep.
He
loved eating brains.
2 years later, they found the Drode. He's on trial.
Cryax there. Nope, none of that.
Nope, no Drode.
Nope.
No Drode. No, was it Bill Gates? What was his name?
Yeah. Oh, fuck, I can't
remember. William Fence.
Yes. Defenester or something. It's William Defenester or something. Joe Bob Fenestry. That was his name.
Great.
God damn it. I want this out of my head.
2 years later, Aximili now is the proud captain of the Defiant. That's one for you, Star Trek had that.
Yeah,
That's Worf's ship.
That's not. He just sleeps there.
It's Worf's ship.
Not his ship. It's the ship of Deep Space Nine. It's not Worf's. It's fine.
No, what is it? The Intrepid?
Yeah, the Intrepid or something.
Yeah, so he's like this fucking war hero.
Big badass.
Right. He shows up on the Intrepid. Everyone kind of oohs and ahs. Right. Mm-hmm. And peace has come across the galaxy. Yep. Right. He's just kind of. He's the only like ship that is actively looking for trouble.
Yep.
As
they're hunting the Blade ship.
They're hunting that Blade ship, right?
Because they know the group of loyal Yeerks have gone off to fucking stir shit up.
Right. They're gonna do something.
Yeah.
They suck. Right. And so the Intrepid's mission is to go out and find the Blade ship and compromise to a permanent end.
Yep.
And yeah, and so like Axe loves this, right? Like he loves being in power. He loves being his own prince.
It's what he wanted to do from day one,
right? And like they're getting some hints about the Blade ship, right? They're kind of actually hearing news that the Blade ship is kind of moving around, specifically from the thing that I'm really going to misreading about, which is
I knew you were going to call this out.
The Skritnaw did things for their own impenetrable reasons. They had, after all, made a number of trips to Earth long before the Yeerks have discovered that planet. And what they had done to the people on Earth, kidnapped them briefly for absurd medical tests, and on occasion killed some Earth creatures called cows. You should know what cows are, Axe. Come on.
You were the cow book, man. Come on.
Had any of that had purpose? Perhaps to the Skritnaw mind, but not for anyone else. So do you think the Skritnaw actually abducted Mulder's sister?
You know for a fact that they did.
Okay.
X-Files is all Skritnaw. It's Skritnaw all the way down.
Yep. Cool.
Hot take.
Yeah. Anyways, that's our boy the Skritnaw. We aren't going to hear about them again.
Nope.
So yeah, they discover some weird crystalline entity is what I call it. You called it like a sphere of 9/11s.
Yeah, floating 9/11. Well, they call it a bunch of skyscrapers together. It's like, okay, so 9/11 happened and all the, like they went to Z-Space, big pile of 9/11s.
Yeah, they run into this big pile of 9/11s and Axe is like, you know what? Why don't I just go hop into this?
I'll go there.
Yeah, like me and a couple of my best friends. Why don't we just go down to the weird glowing space star full of buildings?
And his boy, his lieutenant Menderash, is like, "Are you sure you want to do that?
Like you're the captain. Come on." He's just like, whatever. Like we're not going to run into anything.
And Axe is like, well, look, I'm kind of revolutionizing how Andalite leaders are by explaining what I do and making people better. So yeah, I'll go down. It's fine.
You think
it's fine.
You think Axe is being like disruptive? He's disrupting the industry of dome ships.
Yes, he's opening the kimono of Andalite Command. Yes, for sure.
Okay, great. So yeah, he does that, right? Like he gets on the ship, he flies down to this entity. We have a fix now, the TO reported. TO? Tactical officer?
Sure.
Yeah. Now a 90% probability the Earth-type DNA is present in one location.
No one said anything, but there was sort of silent murmur of excitement. Warriors shifted their stance, superstitiously glanced at the charge indicators of their shredders, nudged each other.
The sensors continue to show no life signs.
The first officer said.
However, Captain, this is a very unusual situation. Perhaps you wish to reconsider whether the TO should be given command of the boarding party or myself.
You sense danger, First Officer Menderash? Then he hesitated, then...
Yes.
Despite the sensor reading showing this is a dead ship, this time more forcefully.
Yes, Captain.
So do I. Just the same, here I am. Might as well go forward. Take us in for docking. Let us go see what this DNA is.
Hold on.
Yeah, I knew you were getting something ready.
Hold on.
You want me to do that line again so you can add the sound effect? It's pretty good. So Axe chooses to board the evil, like, scary ship.
Oh. I can't stop.
He can't stop inceptioning. God damn it.
Yeah, so, like, I mean, honestly, though, like, if I'm a captain and I'm doing cool spaceship, I want to go down to the entity.
I would, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, hand it off to Colonel Sai. I got it.
What?
Yeah, Battlestar?
Colonel Ty. Colonel Sai, come on.
I don't know.
Saul Ty is his name.
Sorry.
Haven't seen Battlestar since it aired.
So they jump on this crystalline entity, and I'm sure they're fine. I'm sure it's going to be okay.
So that's why, naturally, we cut back to Jake.
What's Jake doing?
He's teaching counterterrorism to the Americans, British, French, Japanese, German, and Norwegian soldiers.
Yeah? When was this book written?
2001, early 2001.
Okay.
Before that.
Wait, before?
Before 9/11. This all happens before 9/11.
They're making a counterterrorist force before 9/11.
Yeah. What did Kathy Apples know, and when did she know it?
That's right. Yeah, I guess I don't know.
Yeah, they're teaching morphing, like
they're reporting like more incidents of like terrorism, right?
Yeah,
like
terrorists had begun to attack Andalite tourists in Free-Hork-Bajur. And so they made a single morphing cube available for counterterrorism. And Jake is the teacher of these like specially trained, handpicked soldiers to do morphing counterterrorism.
Right. So finally, Jake finds his piece, right? He gets what he wants.
Yeah, teaching war. Teaching morph war.
Right. And like, there's a temptation for me to like, oh, it's all he knows now. He's been broken. Mm-hmm. No, actually, I think he was always like this. I think that he was always wanting to seek out glory and respect, and this is the end conclusion of that.
Right,
is that he's teaching the next generation of top guns, to go and fight a war, and he's Tom Cruise.
Okay, yeah, all right.
I haven't seen Top Gun.
I started the first one. I fell asleep. I have no desire.
Yeah,
Don't need it.
Yeah, you woke up during that volleyball scene though.
Well, yeah, it was hot, oiled men. I knew it.
I was trying to find a better one. I couldn't.
I'm glad you're getting this all out of your system. I'm glad.
Great. And so like he's teaching them how to morph, and I kind of like this actually because this book it's an ending, right? And so we want to go and recap kind of the things that we remembered and experienced. And one of the things that kind of got forgotten was that controlling the animal mind and instincts is hardest the first time. The instincts can carry you away, especially in prey animals where the fear reflexes is overwhelming, right? He's like telling them what it's like to morph, and we stopped doing that at a certain point. I missed it. That was the coolest part initially.
Yeah. Agreed.
And like I get that they would get better at it, and you kind of just don't revisit that so often, but like it's a good ending. Like it is very much a hey, you remember that.
Yes. And he talks about how he now lives in Santa Barbara. He ended up writing a book. It was an autobiography. He hated it, but he then says, I hated doing it, but it was a way for me to tell people more about Rachel and Tobias, the forgotten Animorphs, as people called them.
And James, right? He brought up James.
Who?
And Colette. The forgotten Animorphs.
Don't remember. Sorry, don't recall.
Didn't happen.
We made it up. So he makes a bunch of money off that. Then the defense department's like, well, why don't we make him our top secret morph counter-terrorist teacher? Fine. It's
sure.
good. It's good.
Yeah.
It fits.
Right. And so like it's a classroom of people both younger and older than him. And because that matters. And they jokingly call him the professor.
Right. Even though he doesn't even have a high school degree. High school degree? GED. Diploma.
Yeah. He never graduated high school. He never graduated college. He graduated the school of hard knocks.
Yep.
He got an on-field education.
Yeah.
And yeah, like he likes it. He enjoys teaching classes, and then he goes back to he takes a jet, I guess.
Yeah, flies back and forth.
Flies back and forth from his Santa Barbara house to the classroom, and like he stares at a wall, I guess.
Yep.
What does he do?
At night, he goes to the Rachel Memorial and cries. The people at the gate just let him in because they know who he is, and he just goes there and cries.
Oh, the weepy baby's here again. All right, open the gate.
All right, here you go, Mr. Hero. You have another cry. Have a vitamin water. You're going to keep your fluids up, pussy, you dumb bitch.
And then, like, he just becomes boring, right? Like, he's been given the Presidential Medal of Freedom. Oh, what an honor.
What a great honor.
Right. I meant to hit the fart noise first, but I'm glad I hit the sound.
It's pretty good.
Yeah. But he still feels like, but like it has the taint of war criminal on it.
Right.
Like he hasn't given that up yet.
No.
And so he drives back to class one day. I'm like, kind of hot out today, Professor, the driver said as I climbed out.
Yeah, but it's a dry heat, I said. See you Monday, Corporal.
Boring. He's fucking boring, right?
Yeah.
And like in comes this like nervous major. He's like, Professor, sir, an Andalite has landed unannounced. He's on the base. He's asking for you.
Prince Aximili?
No, I don't think so, sir. I'm gonna go real deep into it. I can bring him to you straight away.
I nodded. Let's get into the shade at least.
Oh, Wangle.
All troops sound like that. Yeah, so eventually Menderash shows up.
Menderash.
Our boy Menderash.
New character Menderash.
Woo, Menderash.
Couldn't find anyone else.
The only known survivor of the Intrepid.
Okay. Yeah.
And Jake says, are you telling me Axe is dead? He slowly shook his head. No, he is not confirmed dead, only missing. In fact, we have reason to believe that he may still be alive, but a prisoner. Whose prisoner? I snapped. It was Menderash who answered, the Blade Ship.
Yeah, the Blade Ship has captured Axe.
It's back. It's got him.
It's back. It's got him. And so we got to rescue our boy.
Yeah.
And so Menderash told the story.
Yeah, Menderash lays it out, and he's like, oh, fuck, I ran away. I got real scared. Even though Andalites are supposed to die heroically in battle, I ran, whatever.
And I found human DNA. I found human DNA. It was
polar bear.
It was
DNA.
all polar bear DNA.
Mm-hmm.
We found Earth DNA. It was all over the bathroom. It was real gross.
Yep.
And yeah, we detected that it was running into okay, I don't want to tell you in front of like these other guys. I was like, okay, yeah, Major, could you please leave?
Yeah.
I'm having alien conversations here, and you're not cool enough to be here. It's like, well, okay, so there's this species we haven't told you about called the Kelbrid. Mm-hmm. You know, the
Kelbrid have their own their own territory in the galaxy, and Andalites made a pact with Kelbrid. Andalites may never enter Kelbrid space, and Kelbrids may never enter Andalite space. Otherwise, there will be all-out war. So, the Blade Ship, we saw it fly towards Kelbrid space. So, if they're taking Axe into Kelbrid space, they may be trying to start a war between the Andalites and the Kelbrid by bringing an Andalite into Kelbrid space. And
so wait, no. Andalite ship can go into Kelbert space.
Yeah. No. Me as Menderash, I cannot go with. I cannot go to Kelbert space. But if there was a prototype, high-speed, effectively dangerous Yerk fighter that could be filled with human food and go into Kelbert space, theoretically, someone could go to Kelbert space.
Major, could you come in here for a second and hit that button on the wall? Oh, sure thing, boss.
So,
Sir, I want you to get as many food pellets, water bottles. We need to find my crew, and we need to go and save our dear friend's ass.
and me, Menderash, I would like to lead you.
Menderash, what the fuck? You can't go. We just had this conversation. No Andalite can go.
I know I can't go, but in 2 hours, I won't be an Andalite. So let's go get Axe back.
What? Oh no, Menderash, what are you doing? No!
I'm already human, baby.
Menderash, no!
Menderash the Nothlit. My name is Men D Rash. I'm Indian now.
Menderash, he has become a human.
Menderash is human now.
Yeah, Menderash is human now. Spirelli, is that the main? Santorelli. Like
yeah, he handpicks a few people. Santorelli, there's French girl.
Rochelle.
Jean.
Jean-Claude Van Damme.
Yeah.
Van Damme. This lady.
Yeah. Von Dame.
Right, but there's missing people from this crew, obviously.
Yeah, so next up, we go to Cassie.
Cassie, she's doing the Mission Impossible, like, kind of rock climb in Yellowstone, where she's
she's about to get a mission shot to her by a missile, which turns into sunglasses.
Good movies.
Mission Impossible 2, fantastic.
And also, our good friend Ronnie is here. Hey, Ronnie.
Ronnie Chambers. Welcome, Ronnie Chambers.
Ronnie Chambers, hey, what are you doing?
Oh, he's sticking it to our girl, Cassie.
Yeah, actually, they're dating.
Yeah, they are dating. They have been for a while.
Yeah, and well, Cassie was kind of actually hesitant because A, she still kind of had a thing for Jake, but that wasn't going to happen.
Right.
And B, Ronnie is 7 years older than Cassie.
Yes.
Cassie is currently, what, 19?
19, 20, yeah.
Are you cool with that?
No.
Yeah, like, I'm not cool with that either, right?
Like, I wouldn't, if I were 27, I would not be dating a 19-year-old.
Okay, but if you're 26, you can't date a 17-year-old.
No. Oh, God, no.
All I'm saying is that this is an improper dating relationship. Knock it off. Knock it off.
Ronnie Chambers.
Ricky Prickles, you knock it the fuck off.
We're going to get that Ricky Prickles.
We're going to get that fucking Ricky Prickles.
Ricky Prickles, your ass is grass.
Ricky Prickles, get away from my girl.
You're a bullshit artist.
See that bird? That bird's coming over here. I want you to be the fuck out.
Yeah, so they see a peregrine falcon coming, and Cassie's like, hey, can you give me a minute? That's Jake. And Ricky Prickles is like, yeah, I'll go. Yeah, I'll go.
He's really nervous when, like, someone with authority comes and is around them.
Yeah, because he knows he's in trouble.
Right?
Yeah.
So Ricky Prickles fucks out. Jake comes in. He demorphs, and he's like, Cassie, how's it going?
Yeah. Hey, Ricky Prickles is a very nice guy.
You ever talk to an ex after like a couple of years?
Yeah, it's weird.
Right.
Yeah.
I imagine it's probably something like, oh, you doing well?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. How's your dog? Your dog's doing okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. You still doing this whole politics thing?
Yeah, I still love you.
Yeah. Cool. You know,
I'll always love you and what we went through.
I mean, like Ronnie's probably getting kind of lonely over there.
I'm a husk without you.
I better go.
The last time I felt alive was when you kissed me.
Well, I mean, it's glad that we're having this talk, but I think Ronnie, hey, Ronnie.
Where's Tobias? Oh, sorry, I'm just farting out Ronnie's cum, which he put in there earlier.
I meant to hit the sound. Instead, I hit the sound, and you know what? It works better. It's fine. No, like Ronnie was shitting himself. He was in a bush, just shitting real hard. And so, long story short, Jake says, like, okay, listen, why I'm really here is Axe has been captured.
Yep.
She's like, great. I'll go get my knife and we'll go to space. And Jake says, no, you can't do that.
Absolutely not.
Why the fuck not?
Because he knows what he's going to do, and that would mean Cassie's death, and he's not going to let Cassie die. He says, you're where you need to be. This is where you were always meant to be. You were meant to be the lifesaver, the like world-saving environmentalist, badass animorph, saving people through your like life and words and all that. And I'm just going to go do war.
She got to a healthy spot.
Yeah.
Her life is great. Got a new man.
She's moved on.
Moved on.
Yeah.
She's moved on from the war. Don't bring her back. And Jake knows this.
Yes.
He says, sorry, here's the thing. I'm really here because I know that you're in contact with Tobias.
Yep.
Now, the thing that we kind of glossed over earlier is Tobias has become essentially like a Sasquatch type figure where it's like we've seen sightings of the forgotten animorph.
Right.
Like every bird is just kind of like being pelted with rocks, hoping that's Tobias. You know, it's several Piscot polys have been shot out of the sky. And because they're looking, he's a mystical figure. Imagine if there was just like this hero bird somewhere out there, you know?
I mean, all birds are heroes to me, but that's fine.
Yeah, you know, and so nobody knows where Tobias really is, except for maybe Cassie.
Right.
Jake thinks.
Yeah.
And we cut to our hero bird, Tobias.
His lone chapter in this book.
You know, I was mixed. I had mixed feelings about like, oh, this is Tobias's only chapter. What I want more time with my boy. But honestly, having just one little peek is all we kind of need.
Yeah.
Because we know his story now. It's this. The world's smartest mouse wriggled his nose at me. Oh, he knew I was watching, all right. He knew. His story now is like the stories that it was before when he first got nothleted, which is, I'm a bird.
Yeah. I'm the world's smartest bird.
Right. Okay, old man mouse. You live for another day. I'm not falling for it. Like he's turned full nature man.
Yep.
He's turned into Tom Waits in Buster Scruggs.
Yeah.
Which is like he's talking to animals.
Hey, Mr. Mouse. Come on, Mr. Mouse.
Like he's thinking like, oh, this mouse likes seeing me eat shit when I miss him and get a handful of grass. Well, I'll show him. But first I'm gonna find me a skunk pup. I'm gonna eat it.
How high can a skunk count anyway?
And then in comes these two hardcore crunchies. That was a hardcore crunchy.
Pretty much everyone in Eugene.
Yeah,
no. The
idea is they've been crusted over with filth.
Yes.
And they're crunchy. Mm-hmm. And he looks down at this pair of hardcore crunchies. At first, he's bothered by them, but they had a flute. It was a favorite instrument for hikers.
Okay.
Sure. And
I live in Oregon, one of the hiking capitals of America, and I ain't never seen anybody with a flute.
Yeah, but you don't hike, though.
I did. When I did, I never saw people with flutes.
Well, these hikers have flutes, and their hippie song reminded him that, like, you know, that could have been us and me and Rachel,
right?
Down there.
I could have been happy once.
Yeah, I could have been happy. I could have been that. But now I'm a bird, and it's not that he's unhappy. He's just peaceful.
Yeah,
you know. He's not like, it's not his preferred life, but it is a life.
Yeah,
and he's liking it. And in come these fucking crunchers. And like they're messing up his shit, and like he kind of like I'm gonna go scare them away. I'm gonna go down there. I'm gonna rake their heads. Maybe take one eyeball.
Yeah, one last eyeball for me.
Yeah, the mixter. No, what's his the Tobster? I don't know what his nickname is. One more for the
old sad bird boy.
Yeah, sad bird boy is gonna get one last eye. He starts flying down there, and he sees like a wolf. He's like, oh, that's weird. Oh, there's a wolf down there. And he starts flying down. He actually, before he gets his eyeball, he sees a Hork-Bajir swinging in the trees.
He sees Toby.
He's like, oh, you know what? Like, it's Toby. I can say hi to
Toby and a wolf coming together. What the fuck?
Yeah, but like, it's fine though. Normally I wouldn't reach out, but like, it's Toby. Mm-hmm. I'm their god. Right. I kind of have to go down and say hi every so often.
There's a wolf. There's only one person I know who would be a wolf. Might as well say hi to her.
Only then did I see the wolf who trotted along easily beneath the swinging Hork-Bajir. A wolf? Had to be Cassie. Toby dropped to the ground. Hello, Toby. Hold on, I have the bird thing.
You got this.
I got this right now.
Hello, Tobias. Long time no see. I hope you are well.
Tolerable. I was going to say, turn it off.
Tolerable.
I answered guardedly. I landed on a low branch just above Toby's eye level. The wolf wasn't saying anything yet, but there was no way it was a normal wolf.
Tobias, I have done something you may disapprove of.
Toby said. She was always ridiculously deferential when addressing me. It was a bit silly, what with her being not only the de facto head of the Hork-Bajir, but also, under U.S. law, officially the governor of the Hork-Bajir Free Colony, and a non-voting observer member of the House of Representatives.
What a dig. Why?
Oh, you're Puerto Rico now. Sorry.
Well, and also just like, is this a Native American thing? Like,
It's
is it like a
something-
commentary on something?
It makes me feel gross.
Yeah, it's weird that they're non-voting.
Yeah. I mean, it's like the Puerto Rico thing.
Yeah,
The
it's
America
just-
Samoa.
It's like, what? Okay, so we have control over the Hork-Bajir right now. Like,
Yeah.
okay, yeah, so you don't get a representative, but we will tax you for work. I don't know.
Fuck you, Michael Grant. This is a Michael Grant thing.
Yeah. Well, it's again, it's to reinforce that the system works, right? I mean,
Yes,
like, yeah,
the
you know,
system works. Yeah, the Hork-Bajir are happy.
yeah, everything's working out. Don't question society; it's fine.
Yeah, and Tobias is like, all right, who is it? And then Jake says, it's me, Tobias. He began to demorph. Now the two campers were snapping pictures like mad, and that didn't improve my mood. I yelled at them in thought speak. Hey, Ken and Barbie, knock it off. This is my meadow. You want to stay? Sit down and stay quiet. It was harsh of me, but I had to yell at someone. I was disturbed, thrown off stride. I hadn't spoken to Jake in years, not since Rachel. But I was so surprised, so taken aback that I had trouble summoning up the rage I thought I still felt toward him. Well, Jake, I said, with what I hoped was a rock-steady thought-speak voice, what's up with you?
I'm doing good.
You're older.
So are you.
Well, it was fun catching up. Bye. I spread my wings.
It's about Axe.
I should have flown away. I knew I should have, but Axe said I was his shorm. It's an Andalite word for someone who was closer than a friend. During the war, we'd both been exiles in the woods, Axe and me. Neither of us had a real home. His family was a billion miles away. Mine didn't really exist. Only later did we discover that Axe and I were, because of almost unbelievable circumstances, actually related. I could fly away. If I didn't, I was trapped. I'd be trapped with Jake again. What about Axe? I asked.
Why bring up that they're related? It doesn't matter. It was a plot point that they forgot about.
Yeah, and it plays not into this at all.
Like, because I remember my reaction when we got to the Star Child book.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, "Oh, this is important." What are they going to do to Tobias? Actually, no, they decided it was a trash idea and threw it away.
Yeah.
Which, good on them. Actually, it was kind of a bad idea, and I'm glad they hucked it.
Yeah.
So is this their kind of like, we didn't forget about it, but we made a choice.
But it doesn't matter.
We
yeah.
made a choice not to talk about it.
Yes.
So that's good.
Yeah.
And kudos, Michael Grant. Kudos, Catherine Alice Applegate. Kudos, we love your books.
I'm surprised it took you so long to get back to the voices.
Yeah, you're right.
So Tobias, he knows he has a choice, or be trapped with Jake, and he chooses to be trapped. For Axe.
Yeah, of course. And like, well,
this is another point that you made earlier, that Jake, his one power is using people. He's using Axe to get Tobias.
there's that. But I think that in this case, the conversation that happened right before it, which is you're older, is important because there's this kind of like lingering thought that gets brought up occasionally, which is red-tailed hawks, they don't live very long.
No.
Like I forget how many years,
Like
but
15.
15. Okay.
Could be.
Yeah. So, but he's an older hawk. It's been like what, 5 years since he's been a hawk.
Yeah, I mean,
who
this
knows,
is
like,
3 years from this book, plus 3 years in a war, plus whatever age he started at. That's 6 years.
Yeah. Like, well, whatever age he started at, right? So
Yeah,
like, maybe it was like,
A
maybe
4 or 5 year old hawk.
he's got like 5 years left.
Yeah.
Who knows? Right. But he knows that he's older and he's not going to turn human.
No.
Like, I think he's kind of given up on that idea. So might as well do the last thing,
Yeah.
like just go out and have a hero's death like
Yes.
Rachel.
Yeah, exactly.
So the one person who, aside from Cassie, has their shit together,
Marco.
definitely, unquestionably, has their shit together, wink,
Wink.
is Marco.
Marco has $9,432,000 in his Merrill Lynch account, mostly in stocks, some bonds.
Modern day, this would be his viewer count. Right?
Yeah,
It's like, I have 3 million followers on Twitter. I have so many followers on Instagram, right? Like he would be an influencer instead of a TV personality, which is what he's become.
Yes.
I had a girlfriend. She was a model / actress. She was not, shall we say, a genius, but she was beautiful and sweet and about a foot taller than me, so I can climb right in there.
Yeah, I love to climb a bitch, let's be honest, and at 6'7", that's hard to do.
True. He had 7 cars, a butler named Weatherby. Actually, his name was McPherson, but I like the sound Weatherby. And I had 2 maids. Marco sucks.
Yeah, he's become the bourgeoisie and we should cut his head off.
Well, like he's become the thing that he thought he wanted, right, when he was a kid. And like honestly, all junior high kids are kind of this way where it's just like, oh man, it would be great just to have like a butler and some cars and a hot babe.
Yeah, it's like I had a timeshare deal on a jet, had a house in Santa Barbara, New York, was looking at a little place in Tuscany. So exactly why was I spending my time morphing to lobster in order to crawl along the bottom of my swimming pool? Why?
Right.
Why was he doing that?
The excuse he gives later is that he was trying to find his keys, but it's not that. It's not that at all. He is becoming a lobster at the bottom of a pool because he has nothing else in his life. He's floating there listless. He can't do drugs because it's a kid's book, but he's probably doing those.
He's probably strung out.
Yeah. Right? But like the reason why he's a lobster at the bottom of a pool is because his life is falling apart.
Yeah, I hadn't done the lobster morph in a long time. It seemed like a million years ago I'd use it to escape the Yerks by hiding in a grocery store fish tank. The days, man. Those were the days.
Right. He never left high school.
No. He peaked.
He peaked then, right? And like it even mentions like in his TV show, he's not actually the leading guy in the TV show.
He's the sidekick.
He's the sidekick in the TV show because he kind of also realizes like, oh, I was meant to be a sidekick. I like being a sidekick. Yeah. I will never be the leading man in a show or in my life. Right. And so he's just sitting at the bottom of the pool as a lobster, and in comes Jake. He's like, well, if it isn't Lobster Boy.
Right.
He's like, hey, Jake, remember this morph?
Some reason why you're morphing the lobster?
Well, I dropped my keys in the pool. I was going to go get them.
Well, then it's a good thing you have the ability to turn into a lobster, because otherwise, what would you do? I mean, normal people, they drop their keys in the pool. They're just totally helpless. Those keys stay down there forever.
Man, Jake does not understand.
No.
Right?
Well, I mean, he's making a joke. Like, they're both making jokes. Like, they're play acting the rapport they used to have and trying to have it again.
Yeah.
Like, it's a piece of what their lives used to be, and they're trying to get it back.
Right. But everything is different and changed and weird. He's like, you want a drink?
Yeah.
I'll get Weatherby to get you a drink.
Yeah, a Diet Coke.
Right.
I looked closely at Jake. There's definitely something wrong with you, Jake. You're being way too clever, way too quick. What's up? You finally go on Prozac? He winced a little, and I was sorry I'd opened my mouth. I flopped into a Chase lounge and waited. He had something to tell me. Jake has no poker face. He sat down too, but on the edge of his seat. Glanced up and smiled a little. I looked up and saw a hawk circling in the air directly above us.
So the smile is just like, Jake is happy again.
Yeah, he's got purpose.
He's got purpose because his only purpose is conflict and war and battle.
Yes.
And Marco's only purpose is to, he just likes being bossed around.
Yeah. And it's
why he's dating like a tall woman to boss him around. He likes being stepped on.
Right.
That's why he's a small little lobster boy. Do you think he morphs in bed? He does.
You know he does. He goes gorilla mode. Come on.
No, he turns into a mouse.
Crawls right up the Richard Gere's ass. It's fine.
It's true.
And to Marco's credit, he puts it together instantly. In a heartbeat, it was as if everything around me turned translucent. Like it was all fake, a set created with the help of trick lighting. Now with the sudden change, it was like I could see right through the walls of my very nice house, right past old Weatherby and the silver tray with my Coke. The last 3 years were magically reduced to a daydream, and old reality emerged from beneath the illusion. I reached for my drink and my hand was trembling. Jake waited, patient now that he knew that I knew. He was watching me, waiting for my reaction, waiting, but not like he had any doubt about me, the smug jerk. You're about to ruin my life, aren't you? I had asked him. The sounded more self-pitying than I had intended to.
I'm glad we're getting this like last peek at Marco and I'm glad I'm doing my first watch of Deadwood. He's Farnham.
Ooh, damn.
Marco's but isn't he though? Like, he knows no other means except to be bossed around, right? Like that's his role, and he hates it. He gets scared. Yeah. But he knows no other way and has no other purpose. The purpose, when he actually gets what he wants, when he finally grabs the car tire of this car that he's been chasing, he just like...
He eats the entire car and he's done.
He doesn't know what to do.
Yeah.
He doesn't know what to do. He needs someone to tell him what to do.
He even says, like... he asks if Cassie's going, and Jake says, she's not coming on this one. And Marco says... Good for you. At least you have that much sense. She's doing what she needs to be doing. And I'm not, I demanded. He ignored that, which made me mad because it's not like what I do for a living is just negligible. Granted, what Cassie does is more impressive and admirable if you care about that, but I had a TV show. I was a millionaire.
Marco cares for Cassie.
Yeah.
And that's why I was disappointed when they had that conversation earlier in The Hague, where it's just like, hey, we didn't have a lot of connection. We knew each other through Jake.
Right.
No, you didn't. Shut up, Marco.
I mean, this is Marco bargaining and playing the part of the complainer.
Sure.
He knows what he has to do. He knew the minute he saw Tobias that he had to go.
Yeah.
And he does with one condition. He says, shut up for a minute. Listen. If I'm putting my life on the line with you again, the price you pay is to listen to me now. I took a deep breath. Back in the day, Jake, you made more heavy decisions than any 10 men would have to in 100 lifetimes. You made life and death calls. You got us up to our butts in alligators and you got us back out. And sorry, but it's not what people think, that you were some kind of military genius. I'm better at tactics than you are. Jake, you won because you didn't scare. You didn't panic, you didn't scare, and you didn't play a part or strike poses wondering what history would think. You made the right calls without regard to all that. But then, when the shooting was all over, you started questioning everything you did. You armchair quarterbacked your entire life and decided you made mistakes. Well, no kidding. Surprise, you're not a god. Jake nodded.
This time I won't make mistakes.
Don't tell me that, I said. You want a zero screw-up fight?
I got Rachel killed. Wouldn't you like to keep me from that happening to you?
Yeah, I really would. But you start thinking that way, and that's when you'll get me killed. You have to trust your instincts, not your doubts. I'll trust my life to your instincts. If we're fighting again, you have to be able to make the same kind of crazy, reckless, ruthless decisions you made before. We beat an empire, my friend, the 6 of us. And we did it in large part because you didn't know any better than to trust your own instincts. I stopped talking, and Jake didn't say anything. I could tell I'd had no effect on him, or at least not the effect I'd hoped. All I'd managed to do was send him spiraling back into that awful day aboard the pool ship. For a while, he shook himself, smiled, and said, "So you're in, right?" And of course, I was.
You son of a bitch, I'm in. It's Jake-centric.
Yeah.
Right.
But it's telling the truth to Jake. He basically says, stop being a pussy. If we're going to do this, you have to not be a pussy.
Yeah, you're right. And it's important for Marco to push back in that way.
Yeah.
So cool. The gang's back together.
Yeah.
The boys are back in town. And they're ready. They go into the desert of night, and we get our final scene of goons being knocked out.
Well, we got to talk about the team they assembled.
Okay.
Jake goes to his secret morpher brigade and is like, I need people to come with me. And almost everyone volunteers, but he decides to take 2 of them. Sergeant Santarelli, a U.S. Army Ranger who was 5 years older than me, and a French Dom Bureau trainee named Jean Girard. I chose them both on the strength of their lack of any close family. Oof. Yeah. Ooh, he could have had more, but I felt 6 people was the right number. It had worked before. Because there's Jake, Marco, Tobias, Santarelli, French Rachel, and our boy, Menderash.
Good old Menderash.
Good old Menderash. We love Menderash here on Animorphin Time.
Yeah, you know what? Like, Menderash, you go ahead and sort out the food and all the things we'll need for this journey.
Yeah.
We'll go ahead and knock out these Andalites.
Yep. And our final goons are 2 innocent Andalites.
Yeah, they're just sitting, with their shredders, just kind of talking so you check out the new Cinnabon now?
No. This is the last episode. Let's do it as we did.
Okay.
As Italian Andalites. Don't shit on that idea. Hey, Hey, did you check out the new Cinnabon? It's in the mall.
Oh, geez, I don't know. No, that's not.
You were going Morty from Rick and Morty?
No, hold on. I got the. It wasn't no good. I had a little bit of the spicy cinnamon bun, and it wasn't no good.
What are you talking about? Are you saying it's a no good? It's a fucking Cinnabon. It's the best thing these fucking humans gonna create.
So it was my thinking. I turned into the little girl. The little girl will go up and it's like, oh, look, give me the little cinnamon bun.
That is your fucking problem. You turn into a little girl, you need to turn into a big man like me.
But if I turn into a little girl, she gets a bigger cinnamon bun, and then I can eat a little more cinnamon bun.
Ooh, Maron! I am not a little girl. I'm a brave warrior.
Paisano, do you want to know a little secret?
Yes, I do.
Sometimes I turn into the smallest creature I can think of. Little mouse. This little mouse, it goes so far to find the cinnamon bun. And I get to the cinnamon bun. And I look at it, it's so huge, it's towering over me. It's too much cinnamon bun, right? And I do this as a little mouse. I eat and eat and eat. I climb into the cinnamon bun. I'm enveloped in the cinnamon bun to the point where I start to bleed. I eat the cinnamon bun so much and so hard that my sides literally, they split open. And there I lay dying in the cinnamon bun. I see it. I see our Lord, Tumen. He is there. And Tumen says to me, no, Isterath, you cannot die yet. You still have so much to do. And there I come back, and I morph into the proud Andalite that I am.
That's a beautiful story about the Cinnabon.
But you must understand, the cinnamon bun is still in me, and it makes it gives me the gas.
Clonk! 2 Italian Andalites knocked out, farting out cinnamon buns. Rest in peace to goons and animorphs, wherever you may be.
Yeah,
the best characters ever.
We'll see you again. You're there with the with David's goons.
Yep.
You're there with
the garden security guards.
Right. Yeah. You're there with the National Guards, the National Guards. You're up there.
The goons who chase Rachel into the alleyway.
Right. The Yerks at the sharing. Whatever happened to the sharing, by the way?
Probably incinerated.
They're just like, we're having a special meeting of the sharing. Coming to the building. No, I'm actually not. I'm not. Oh, no. All the children are there. Yeah. All right, come on,
Yeah. Rest in peace to all our goons, big and small. So they knock out these 2 Andalite goons.
Yep.
And they take a beat. And we're going to discuss something that one of us likes and one of us does not like. They come upon this little ship. This sleek, beautiful, fast, and deadly ship that these Andalite goons were guarding.
Yeah, shaped like a boomerang.
Yes.
Like they explicitly call it out, like, it's not quite as big as a blade ship.
Yep.
Right, but it's fast, it's maneuverable.
Yes.
It's boomerang shaped. Finally, we get to throw the boomerang.
Yes, and the Andalites are like, or Menderash says, we have to name the ship. The first person who enters the ship gets to name the ship, and it was Jake who named the ship. And Jake says, well, every ship on Earth in our custom is a woman. And he's like, this is strong, this is beautiful, it's deadly, it's fast. I think she would have liked this. And Tobias is like, yeah, I think she would have liked this too. So they named the ship the Rachel, which I have no problem with. I kind of enjoy it.
I would feel weird. It's like, okay, it's time for us to board Nepal.
I mean, I'm fine with that.
Did you board Nepal?
Well, yes, he's technically boarded now in like 4 boards in the box where his ashes reside.
It's one of those things where it's just like, I guess. I mean, like, well, mainly was the spirit of it. Because, like, yes, Rachel was all those things that the ship is, right? But it seems too reverential, and I don't think Rachel was that. Instead, it should have been named the Xena.
Or the Warrior Princess.
Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, the Xena is actually a great name for a ship.
Yeah.
And, like, it also is like, hey, she kind of accepted that part of her personality, too.
Right.
Like, when Marco was like, yeah, way to go, Xena Warrior Princess. She was like, yeah, you know what, I am.
I think I like this being called to Rachel because Rachel dies in chapter 4. Her funeral's chapter 6. Since then, Rachel's been gone out of the story.
Yeah.
And we get this last little beat in the next to last chapter where they say Rachel. And it's like the last reminder that Rachel was even a part of the story because she's forgotten.
Yeah, that's true. Like
She's forgotten.
Yeah, she doesn't have anything else to say except for she does get the last line. Right. And like she does suffer the same fate.
Yeah.
So they chase after the blade ship. They get on the
they get on the Rachel.
They get on the Rachel, right? They're like, all right, set a course to last coordinates of the blade ship.
Yeah.
And they spend 3 months on the Rachel.
Yeah, just hunting down the blade ship.
Right. They look at their stores of food. There's like boxes of like freeze-dried potatoes. Like,
Yep.
And 6 dozen Cinnabons.
Yeah.
It's like, cool. Thanks for packing that.
Yeah, thanks, Andalites.
Yeah, great. And they wait 3 months in Z space. Marco was casually playing Tomb Raider 5.
Right.
And all of a sudden he sees a little blip on the screen. It's like, oh shit. Oh fuck. Blade ship.
Blade ship.
There's a blade ship. There's a blade ship there. There's a blade ship there.
There's a blade ship there. And they send out their best communicator to
somebody
talk
who's
for
not
them.
recognized.
Yes.
That's the important thing.
Santarelli. The good old Santarelli.
Santarelli.
So the image that appeared to us was a human, a man, maybe 40 years old, laughing with hands on his hip. Because they're laughing at him because they said that they're the Enterprise sent by the Federation of Planets on a peaceful mission of exploration. And the guy's just like, ah, ha, ha. So you come from the Federation, do you? And where is Captain Picard? Santarelli shot a look at Jake, but this was more my specialty than his. You've always thought of yourself as more of a Captain Kirk, I whispered. After that first panic glance, Santarelli betrayed no sign that he was listening to anyone. He assumed a wide, cocky stance and said, I've always thought of myself. Oh, hold on. Let me do it Santarelli's voice. I've always thought of myself as more of a Captain Kirk. Thank you. And they do this back and forth where there's like, no, I'm a Yerk. Oh, I'm a Yerk. We're Yerks
I'm
together.
on a secret mission. Well, I too am on a secret mission. He powers up his weapons.
Yep.
And like it's a little tense.
Yeah.
And then
they do this back and forth. They're like, no, we're Yerks. We're also Yerks. And the Santarelli says, the Yerk Empire's gone. We're out searching for you, actually, because we heard you're the faithful Yerks. We want to join you guys. And this other Yerk says, you will place yourself under the command of the One. Santarelli's eyebrows shot up. The who? He blurted. I looked at Jake, at Tobias, at Jean. There was a collective shrug. I command this ship, Flet 1318 explained. But I serve at the pleasure of the one who is many, the one who is all. We are not alone. Rakish 4691. We are not this ship alone. We are the seeds of a new empire that will far outshine the old under the leadership of the One. Weird to see that wild messianic glow in the eyes of a man you knew was really just a Yerk slave. It was a disturbingly human expression. Santarelli said, who is this one? I will invoke his presence, the Yerk said. He closed his eyes and raised his face. Hey, this is unexpected, I whispered. There was a long, silent pause during which time the two ships drew closer and closer. Too close now to do anything but play the game through. If this was a ruse, it was a convincing one. If it was a ruse, we were dead. I glanced at Jake and wished my heart wasn't jackhammering away. The screen glowed to life. More than the screen, the whole front bridge was glowing. A light so bright it seemed to shine right through the bulkheads. Within the searing light, an image appeared. It was alien, not Yerk. That was to be expected from the Yerks. They were, after all, parasites, so you never saw the Yerks themselves, but there was something very wrong with this particular alien. The face that filled the screen was more of a shifting image, a slow dissolve from what I might be a robot's face, a machine with a rat-trap mouth and steel eyes into a sweet, feminine, almost elfin visage, and last and most enduring, into the face of Aximili Escaroth Istil. Ax? Tobias whispered. The face that belonged to our friend Ax split wide open across the bottom and revealed a new, formed mouthful of red-rimmed teeth. Save your tricks for this Yerk fool, the one said. I see the truth. I see all. Step into view, Jake the Yerk killer. I know you are there. I feel your mind. There was no doubting that voice. No way to imagine that it was just bluffing. The sound of it reached deep down inside you beyond speech. beyond thought speak.
I'm here. Hi, Jake said calmly.
You have done well to come this far. You have come to find your friend, but the Andalite is part of me now, as you will soon be.
Who could this be?
Who could this giant all-knowing monster be? I wonder. More machine. Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, it's Craig. It's obviously Craig.
Yeah.
Like, oh, they ran into Craig. They found him.
Yep. And so they do their last move.
Right.
Jake
like
said,
they're kind of boned, right?
Yep.
Because like this other ship has Dracon beams. It's the blade ship, right?
Yeah,
like
it's the blade ship. It's bigger. It's stronger.
Has a big gun. It's ready to blast them out of the sky. There's not many options here.
No. And so Jake says, what was it, Marco? Crazy, reckless, ruthless decisions? I nodded, wishing I had kept my mouth shut. There was a dangerous smile on Jake's face. Rachel's smile. Full emergency power to the engines, Jake said. Ram the blade ship. And that's the end of Animorphs. Presumptively, they rammed the blade ship and all died.
But we don't know whether or not they died.
What do you think?
Okay. I think it's a good ending.
Okay.
Let me say that right off the
Okay.
bat. It's an ending designed for the reader to fill in the blanks for themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if I had to guess, like, the immediate future, yeah, they probably didn't die. Like, hey, they're the protagonists.
Or they all died.
Or they all died, and like, okay, I guess a crack is here to take over the galaxy. But my thing is, like, it doesn't matter, really. Everyone in the end of this book series got what they wanted, right?
Yeah.
Axe has all his family coming to rescue him. That's what he wants. Rachel gets to ram the blade ship.
Yep.
That's cool. Marco and Jake go for one last wild adventure. Tobias gets to die.
Yep.
And everyone gets what they want. And like, yeah, that's a satisfying end. And even though like it leaves it open for more adventures and we don't see them explode or we don't see them succeed, it doesn't matter because, we saw their adventure already.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah, we saw it.
We saw the adventure. It had a whole 54 books of adventure that we saw. Yeah, I could see why kids hate it.
Yeah. So you haven't read the letter that K.A. wrote to the fans after all the kids hated it, did you?
Well, I read the letter to the fans that was at the end of this book.
Where it's like, please read the remnants.
Yeah, pretty much like, I'm not going to read the remnants. But I liked this letter, which is just like, hey, it's been a long time. 1996 to 2001. I wrote a lot. And it was sad for me to say goodbye. But, we all must say goodbye. I'm going to Remnants. Hey, you should check out Remnants. You may now demorph. I'm like, okay, right. Cool. That's a nice note from the author. Yes. Right.
Do you want to hear in the author's own words what they said?
I want to know what the response was first.
Kids hated it. Yeah, most kids hated it.
What about adults? Do adults hate it still? Do they?
A lot of adults still hate it. I don't hate it. I liked it as a kid. I like it more now.
Yeah, like I think this is the right way to end this. Yeah, because it would be sad if they stopped going on adventures. Yeah, this is a serial book, right? Like they go from adventure to adventure to adventure, and if they stop, then it feels wrong. Like they were all sad when they stopped.
Yes. Now, do you want to hear what Kathy Apple said?
Let's hear it. Yeah.
They said, "Dear Animorphs readers, quite a number of people seem to be annoyed by the final chapter in the Animorphs story. There's a lot of complaints that I let Rachel die, that I let Visser 3/1 live, that Cassie and Jake broke up, that Tobias seems to have been reduced to unexpressed grief, that there was no grand final fight to end all fights. There was no happy celebration. Everyone is mad about the cliffhanger ending. So I thought I'd respond. Animorphs was always a war story. Wars don't end happily, not ever. Often relationships that were central during war dissolve during peace. Some people who were brave and fearless in war are unable to handle peace, feel disconnected and confused. Other times people in war make the move to peace very easily. Always people die in wars, and always people are left shattered by the loss of loved ones. That's what happens. So that's what I wrote. Jake and Cassie were in love during the war and ended up going their separate ways afterwards. Jake, who was so brave and capable during the war, is adrift during the peace. Marco and Axe, on the other hand, move easily past the war and even manage to use their experience to good effect. Rachel dies, and Tobias will never get over it. That doesn't by any means cover everything that happens in a war, but it's a start. Here's what doesn't happen in war. There are no wondrous climactic battles that leave the good guys standing tall and the bad guys lying in the dirt. Life isn't a World Wrestling Federation smackdown. Even the people who win a war, who survive and come out the other side with the conviction that they have done something brave and necessary, don't do a lot of celebrating. There is very little chanting of, "We're number one," among people who've personally experienced war. I'm just a writer, and my main goal was always to entertain, but I've never let Animorphs turn into just another painless video game version of war, and I wasn't going to do it at the end. I spent 60 books telling a strange, fanciful war story, sometimes very seriously, sometimes more tongue-in-cheek. I've written a lot of action, a lot of humor, and a lot of sheer nonsense. But I have also, again and again, challenged readers to think about what they were reading, to think about the right and wrong, not just the who beat who. To tell you the truth, I'm a little shocked that so many readers seem to believe I'd wrap it all up with a lot of high-fiving and backslapping. Wars very often end, sad to say, just as ours did, with a nearly seamless transition to another war. So, you don't like the way our fictional little war came out? You don't like Rachel dead and Tobias shattered and Jake guilt-ridden? You don't like that one war simply led to another? Fine. Pretty soon you'll be of voting age and of draft age. So when someone proposes a war, remember that even the most necessary wars, even the rare wars where the lines of good and evil are clear and clean, and with a lot of people dead and a lot of people crippled and a lot of orphans, widows, and grieving parents. If you're mad at me because that's what you have to take away from Animorphs, too bad. I couldn't have written it any other way and remain true to the respect I've always felt for Animorphs readers. K.A. Applegate.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's a great ending.
Yeah, I agree. A lot of people don't agree. They're babies.
If they don't agree, they should be yelled at by the author. Like, yeah, and like,
it's their story,
right? And what I will say too is like, if you're really upset by this ending, make one. You can do better than go do that, and I'm sure people have.
Yeah,
tried. They're probably not great, but
yeah, I imagine so. Yes.
Yeah, but like, you know, at a certain point when you end something, you allow the next person to take it over if they want to. Mm-hmm. You can take it over and make interpretations on it and extend it out.
Right.
And you know, you explore that in your own way.
Yeah.
And yeah, she's right. These were always books about war. Mm-hmm. Wars. Yeah, sometimes they do end. I don't think they always have to go back to back.
Right.
Maybe we should strive to achieve the good thing. Maybe.
Yes.
And so, like, I don't necessarily buy into the idea that like all those things had to happen, but
it doesn't. None of it had to happen. But this is their story.
It's their story. I also disagree. Like, this is kind of a celebration of war. I mean, like,
yeah,
like it's a celebration. It's like we got everyone back together. We're still going on more adventures. This ending isn't as serious as y'all are making it out to be, because this ending reads to me as Atlantis. It does.
Your personal favorite Animorph book.
Yeah. Because it's one of those things. It's the heart of the story. The heart of the story here is that these are fun, serialized adventures that we get bits and pieces of tragedy and emotion in. Mm-hmm. And that's how you sell these things. That's how you get your hardest, like, emotional lessons is wrapped up in what is seemingly light adventure fighting aliens. Mm-hmm. And, you know, we got a whole book of the heavy hit, and it's like, oh yeah, war crimes. Yeah, that's bad. Time to do healing. And then, but like at the end, they do high five and say, let's ram the blade ship. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, hell yeah, fuck it.
Fuck it, they're all dead.
Yeah, fuck it, get in there. Like, and that's not everyone's read. That's my read of it. Because we all make our own interpretations as we read books.
Yeah.
We all digest things in different ways. And like, that's cool. That's cool that we can do that.
Right. And I am of the opinion, I like that this is the end. Like, I've always thought they died. Like,
yes, yeah, I don't think they died, but like, hey, we don't know.
Right. We don't know.
And we get to take it away with what we want.
Right. And like, as an ending, I kind of love that it's ingenious like that.
Sure.
It's either way, good, bad, in the middle. It's an ending. And when it comes...
Oh, sorry, it's the beginning, please.
Sorry. It's the beginning of a new story, a new war.
Called Remnants.
Right. I don't know how to I'll try and put this into words as best I can. I think media should...
Sorry, I couldn't help it. Continue,
it's fine, you're allowed. It's your toy. I think media should end. I think stories should end. I do not like stories that go on forever. Even like someone who's a professed lover of comic books, reader of comic books.
Yeah.
I don't like a lot of serialized, like modern superhero comic books because they just never end. They just keep going, telling the same stories over and over. It takes like a complete run, like a story that tells, or a comic that tells a complete story from beginning to end. That's the only time I read those comic books. I can't read all 500 issues of Spider-Man from the 90s because nothing happens.
Well, yeah, and you're right. It's the biggest narrative problem that we have right now.
Yeah,
which is just
in media, yeah, for sure.
And like the obvious culprit is money,
Yes.
right? Like, hey, we have this reliable formula that makes us money.
Right.
Why stray from that?
Yeah, which is what Marvel is doing, right?
Yeah. It's like, hey, well, the thing is that like I come across as an absolute Marvel hater. I didn't used to.
Right.
I liked Iron Man when that came out. I'm like, oh, that was fun, Iron Man.
Yeah.
I liked, the Avengers to a lesser extent, and like there were ups and downs, of course there were, and then we hit Endgame. It's like, oh, okay, cool. Oh man, this is the end game. We're gonna have the last movie.
Right.
Everything's wrapped up so nicely. Cool. And then we have
the Eternals.
We have the Eternals. We have Spider-Man. We have Morbius. No, okay, I love Morbius, but. But like it's this idea of that's what happens when things don't end.
Yes.
What if Animorphs had book 55? They're like, you know what? Fuck it. Let's write book 55. We're going to write about this war now. Would it be good?
No.
Like, what would they talk about? What the fuck would they do?
No idea.
Yeah, okay, they're going to trade. Like, oh, they're going to chase Crag after Kryak and go on those adventures.
Right.
Why? Would it matter? Would I like those?
No.
Do we care about Spirelli? And we care about Mendrash because it's a fun name to say.
Mendrash, yeah.
But like, or would it be more worth their time and our time to read a new story?
Yes.
I don't give a fuck about young Galadriel in Lord of the Rings. I'm sorry, I don't. I don't care about what happened after Endgame because they told a completed story. I don't care what happened. Like, stories need to fucking end. They need to stop.
Yes.
And with that,
we're stopped.
I have nothing more. I don't have anything else to say about these books. I mean, look, about the story.
About the story. Okay.
We can talk about the larger, but like whatever. I like talking about the books. I'm not telling the story. I'm looking at the story.
Right.
And so I can talk about it as long as I want. Obviously.
Yeah, we're up to what? 3 hours and 14 minutes.
Sure. And that's the cool part. Like that's what we get as consumers of media and literature and like in stories is that we get to think about it. It's like, well, I don't like that.
Right.
Why?
Right.
Like and that's where like that's what I like about stories, that it reflects back upon us and prompts us to think about life.
Yeah.
And sometimes in cases where we don't get to experience those things. Right. It's like, oh, I wonder what it'd be like to kill. Like, oh, I don't know. That sounds bad, right? And
Right.
like you think it out. Or I wonder what it'd be like to act heroically and flush a bunch of Yeerks out into space, or go see Atlantis. Would I fuck the queen?
Yeah, Queen Soko, high on my list of woods.
Right. And that's fun to me. I like doing that, and I learn a little bit about myself along the way. And if you don't like that ending, then fine, but you didn't read the book. You didn't do the work.
Right.
You missed the point. It flew over your head.
Yeah. These books have a point, and if you're still mad at the end of these books now, sorry, you missed it.
Right. And like, it's hard to say you're wrong when it comes to like media analysis.
No, you're allowed to hate whatever. Like you'll feel whatever you want.
You are wrong if you wanted more Animorphs.
Yeah.
Right. And like, I'm like objectively so. The thing I think about when people complain about these kind of like things ending at all is that, have you ever seen the meme image of like a guy looking at a cool robot?
Yeah, and it's going over the head. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like, wow, cool robot. And then the robot shoots a gun over him, and it's like, war is bad. Or like, you are that. You're the person that says, hey, cool robot. You are here because you liked the fighting, right?
Or the war strategy.
And whatever, you can like those things. Those can be exciting things for you. But if you read that and it doesn't prompt you to think, then you leave. Like, or rather, like, not okay.
Like, reconsider it.
No, like, because you can enjoy media in the way you want to enjoy it. You would never have liked any ending, but there are other stories for you specifically. They're called Marvel. They're called Big Bang Theory. Go watch those, please. They're there for you.
Jesus. That's tough. That's you.
But it's. I'm not. You're not a bad person if you like that shit.
No.
But like, please do not drag. Don't be a bummer to us or the authors because you didn't like it. Right. Just understand. It wasn't for you.
Yeah. At the end of the day, Kathy Apples wrote this for them. They wrote that for themselves.
Yeah.
Like she said in her letter, my job was to entertain, and I think largely she succeeded. Even some of the worst books had some pretty fun shit and imagery to talk about, except the Axe book where
Civil
it's like
War.
the
That was
battle.
fun that we went there to the Civil War.
Oh God.
No, sorry, I didn't like you. Let's forget that happened. But yeah, like they at the end, like I'm so glad that they retained their ending because like there was probably pressure. There's always pressure,
always.
I'm sure to like. Well, what if they were happy? What if they just like he got a big goofy medal over his neck and they all cheered? Yeah, no, like they wrote for themselves.
Yeah.
And that takes a lot of risk.
Which is what
I'm glad they did that.
And that's why we did this podcast. It's for us.
Yeah.
Some people enjoy it, some people don't enjoy it. But we did this for each for you and me. This podcast, now we're gonna get the meta talk about it.
Hold on, I'm ready. Okay, I'm good. Let's go.
Get it out of here. Just do a few more. You're gonna want them. I'm about to get genuine. Okay, good. You and I started this October, November 2019, right?
Yeah.
And then a few months later, the world changed quite a bit, would you say?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, sure.
Just a little bit. And we weren't going out. We weren't doing things. We took this idea that the outside world could kill you very seriously. And one of the rituals that you and I had was I would come to your house. It was 2 hours away from where I was living at the time. And we would order food in and we would do this. We did this for 2.5 years.
It's a long time.
It's a long time.
How many hours was it total?
Well, we're a little over 3 hours now. So it's over 160 hours now.
Cool. That's a long time.
And that ritual meant more to me. Spending this time talking to you about this stuff, like sharing stuff with each other, meant more to me than whatever impact this podcast has had, because it gave me a chance to hang out with my friend in a time where that was, dangerous. Because, I did give you COVID at one point.
Yeah, but not actually. Was it podcast related? I wonder. It's hard to know.
But this was for us. Like Animorphs was for them. There was just the byproduct that it made some people happy, that it entertained some people.
Yeah. And like when we call the audience hogs, we mean it because they enjoy our byproduct.
Yes, they're eating our slop.
It's a compliment, you hogs.
Hogs are beautiful.
No, but I do like the second that we're like whatever we perform for each other.
Yeah,
I'm different when I'm not being recorded. Sorry,
sure, same.
But yeah, I like doing this.
Yeah,
if I didn't like doing it, you all would hear that and hate this.
Yeah,
and
maybe some episodes you picked up on it. Some of our no.
And like it's whatever. We are content producers in the same way that Kathy Apples are content producers. Right. We like doing this shit.
We do.
I like doing it. You like doing it.
I love doing it. Yeah.
We like talking to each other.
Yes.
Right. I think that's the main reason why anyone listens to it, is because like they know that we like talking to each other. And so, congratulations. Like, I'm not done.
No, we're not done. We're just done with this.
Yeah, because it's over.
And we don't want to talk about Animorph shit anymore.
Other Animorph podcasts, if you have hit the end book, you should stop.
Yeah.
And that's kind of mean.
Well, no, but do whatever you want to do. Produce the content you want to produce. But we're done with Animorphs.
Right. Like, like this was not my childhood nostalgia thing.
No.
I have a different relationship to it than you do.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna do an underhand serve for you already.
Okay.
I've gotten an understanding of how these books meant to you as a child, right? You had a rough childhood,
You could say that.
And these books lent you support and guidance in a time when you needed it.
Yes.
And context and things to think about and reflect upon. Mm-hmm. Now that you are an adult, what have you gotten out of it? Now that you're an adult and you've reread these, you're probably never going to read these again.
Not all of them. Not like this.
Not like this. What did you get?
Honestly, this is... I don't think you'll like this genuine answer, but it's genuine.
Hold on, wait, I'm ready. Okay, we're good.
I got to share that little Tyler, that Tyler who felt safe, who felt entertained, who loved this, that felt seen, that had happiness in a childhood of like pain and misery. I got to share a piece of that with my best friend.
Yeah.
And I got to talk about that with my best friend. And we didn't grow up together, not at this age. Like we became friends in high school. You didn't see Tyler when he was reading this. I didn't see Nate when he was, playing ActRaiser or whatever.
ActRaiser is great.
I know ActRaiser is great. That's why I said you'd play it. You had good taste even then. But rereading this as an adult, I got to see the story with fresh eyes, fresh adult eyes, powerful adult brain. But this was a thing I got to share with you, and I wouldn't trade that. Like there are parts of these books that I love more that I didn't care about before. Details don't really matter. But this was about us. This was about doing this with you. This was just fun.
Yeah. It was never about the books. I mean, it was. But it's a framework to talk.
Yeah.
To talk about a thing that you liked that I then liked.
Right.
And so I should go on the record. Hey, I liked Animorphs.
Yeah. Yeah.
I do not regret my time with it. I enjoyed the hell out of it.
Yeah.
Different than children would. Right, because I've learned the lessons that they were trying to teach me in these books.
Yeah, you called Rachel's death in the second episode. You're like, oh, this bitch is gonna die.
Sure, she wanted that.
Yeah,
and but the things I did get out of it, and the things that I do get out of it. Well, again, all the things you said. Right.
And also the lovely community of people we've met. Like, honestly.
Right. Yeah. And I hope none of you go away.
Yeah, for sure. I counted them up. There are 47 guests we've had on this show. 47.
Right. Those are the only audience members that matter. Everyone else is listening. No, that's
not true.
No, but I do mean there's that extra step of validation that I talked at the beginning here is that I don't put out a lot of things. I don't post a lot because, I don't have self-esteem. My self-esteem is non-existent.
None, same.
And part of the beginning conversation that we had going into this, we're doing this for ourselves. Half of it was because I understood that it would be bad if we were performing in that way. But the second half of that is because, because no one's going to listen to this.
Right.
And so people did. And that still to me is it's one of those things okay, well, maybe the things I do, the things I produce, the thoughts I have, the weird thoughts I have, that isn't so bad. And people like hearing that.
Right.
And so to all of you out there, thanks. I know you didn't directly say that, but I do hear that.
Yes.
And so like and subscribe to my YouTube channel.
This is gonna be a long one, isn't it?
Let's get into it. Hey,
well, hold on. While you're pulling that up, we got a very nice message by someone who didn't like their voice and sent me a message. I said I'd read it, so let me read it. This is from blah 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 / Mini Cthulhu, who has been a follower of ours for a long time. So they say, "Hey, Anamorphin Time, with your last episode happening, I wanted to send a message and share my experience with your show. I found you at episode 8, and despite never having read a word of Animorphs, I decided to give your show a try. I've really enjoyed your personalities and have listened as you took me on a deep dive of every book in the series. It's probably one of the weirdest ways someone could experience the story for the first time, but I found y'all to be a great pair to be on this journey with. As it comes to a close, I just want to let you two know that I've really appreciated our time together, and I'll be listening to your next show, which is another topic I've never really gotten into. Thank you for being friends in my head." Thank you, Mini Cthulhu, blah, blah, blah. Thank you. You gave us 160 hours of your time.
Yeah, thank you for inviting us into your brain.
Yeah, letting us live there.
I'm sorry, I'm farting in your brain. Oh, here comes another one.
There's a fart in your brain, stupid.
Oh, there goes again. Yeah, so we got a lot of messages, so I just want to like let's go through them.
Let's just go. So if you want to turn this podcast off right now, don't.
No, you can.
You can. You could have done it episodes ago.
Yeah, listen to Brucey Boys.
Yeah, Bruce Campbell. We asked the fans to send us messages, and a lot of y'all did. So we're just gonna play and react to them live for the first time. We have not listened to any of these, have we? And here we go. We got these messages ready. What'd you say, like 50 of them or something?
Hi, my name is Four. I am known as On the Forefront on several internet avenues. I don't even know what to call the internet these days. And Animorph in Time has been a journey that I could not have been happier to be in the periphery of. Nate and Tyler, your experience with Animorphs has not merely been contained in these very dark children's books. We've been living through a very dark time. And even just going back to like episode 1 and moving from there, you could track out the various crises that we've experienced as a society, and
we haven't
as
made
Americans.
anything timeless.
And just thank you for being here. Thank you for having dark humor, because that has been one of the only reasons I'm still alive through this to this day. I look forward to hearing from you wherever I get to see you. Love you guys. Be gay. Hail Satan.
Agreed. 4, would you stay alive, please?
Yeah. Do it.
Thank you. Thank you. Next message. No, thank you, 4. That was very nice.
4, thank you for that message.
Many avenues of internet. Follow 4.
That's right. The Animorphing Time monster has something to say.
Oh, yeah?
Thank you for that thoughtful message.
Please stay alive, 4.
Stay alive for Satan. Hail Satan, be gay.
Love 4.
Hey, Tyler and Nate. It's your girl, Thea. I just want to thank you boys for letting me come on your show and advocating for the destruction of all of our aircraft carriers. I just appreciate you boys and hope you have all a good day. Peace.
Oh, I love Thea. We need to go see her some more.
We need to destroy more aircraft carriers.
Also, both things also true. Next message.
Animorphing Time, #1 Animorphs podcast, no question. No matter how weird or fucked up shit has become, I know I'll hear something more weird or fucked up on any given episode, and I love you guys for it. Shout out to the VR couch incident in particular. I'm looking forward to revisiting these for years to come, but even more than that, I'm looking forward to your next podcast, the Bruce Campbell podcast, plug. Love you guys again, love the pod, fuck every yerk that ever did his job, and congratulations on finishing the series.
It was very nice. Thank you.
Thanks for the plug. Thanks for reminding me that Tyler had sex in front of me. That was good.
It was such good sex too.
Yeah, and like I'm not saying names, but well, I mean, okay, so that was 4. We first one 4, last one Thea, obviously. Mayev, and it was the last one, and this one we have Scott. So let's hear from Scott.
Hey, Knight and Tyler, congratulations on making it to the end. You guys got me into Animorphs. These guys got me through some crazy long work days. Listening to your podcast, having a great time. Really just can't believe we're here. You guys did it. I did it. We're all not Yerk brand. Wait a minute. Hold on. Come on. We made it all the way to the end, man. Come on, man. No. Ah, no. Ah! Get away!
It's Scott.
Congratulations, Scott. And I'm sorry, Scott.
Scott, you. I like. Okay, like I should clarify 2 things. 1, yes, you should all pat yourselves in the back. You listen to way too much Animorphs.
Yeah, you listen to a lot.
You shouldn't have done that. Number 2, is that the sound like when a yerk goes in your brain? Is it the?
Yeah, it is.
Look, I'm okay with that.
Can you believe that Visser 3's theme has become that song in the Animorph fandom because I watched the one when I was 13?
Well, like that makes sense though because the one showed up at the end.
Oh my God, Jet Li, mastermind. What did he know and when did he know it? Next message.
Hey, Anamorphing Time. My name's Isabella, and I want to say that Axe and Marco are the one true couple of Animorphs. They're gay and it's cute.
Agreed.
True, but like, hold on, wait. Truest couple is like, who are the gay Andalites?
Geffinel and Myrtle.
Yeah, those are the true couple. They acknowledged their love and shared it.
Yeah, like a falling star from the heavens, together as one. Thanks, Isabella. Next message.
There was just tension.
Yeah,
it was tension.
There were uncles who lived together.
This one's from Magnus.
Anamorphin Time. You guys have been amazing for the last couple of years. I've been listening to you guys, and you guys have been a really big and helpful part of not the easiest couple of years. And it's nice to hear someone new entering Animorphs for the first time. Tyler is a blast. Nate with those questions that are so obvious to some of us who, should have known and just while reading it went, oh no, like that makes perfect sense. But like as soon as he asked him, you were like, oh man, like that was super obvious. Why didn't we ask that? You guys are great, and your podcast means a lot to me. And I appreciate that you guys have stuck with it and gone this long. Thank you, guys.
Well, thank you, Magnus. That was very sweet. That was like genuinely a kind message that you had to talk about your penis in. Oh, next message.
This one's from Aaliyah.
Oh.
Hey, Daddy Morphy boys. It's Aaliyah. Big fan. I was in an episode, just one, and probably the best one. But I wanted to say congrats on ending the series. We were all hoping it was going to end at one point.
It's true. Yeah. True story.
Doesn't have to laugh so hard.
But I'm pretty sure that you guys are like famous now, and I can say that. Oh, I knew you guys when you were learning. But
this sucks. I hate you, Leah.
The podcast was cool. I put that on my resume, and I think that you guys should always do podcasts together.
Always
and
will.
include myself and Thea.
Okay, yeah.
Because we are a really good team together. Anyways, Team Tobias.
We give that to Aaliyah. Thank you, Aaliyah, for being our first guest, actually.
Yeah, she would like a fart.
I know she does.
This one's from a good friend, Babungi.
Oh, Bungie!
Nate, the fact that this doesn't sound like it was recorded within the depths of a cavern is my going away gift to you.
Oh, sounds good.
This is
it's about time
Matt
he starts
Kaelter,
caring.
formerly Matt Bongi, is calling in to say thanks for doing the show. I enjoyed reliving these books from my childhood, and I laughed. I didn't cry, but I laughed.
He doesn't
quite a
feel
bit.
anything.
And it was, I don't know, it was a very exciting ride. I'm glad that I could be part of it for even a little bit. And I don't know. I thought I planned this out a little bit more, but I didn't. So I'm going to cut this off before I start rambling too much. But thanks for doing the show. Read Program to Kill.
Like talking about you're rambling too much means that you should have just stopped early.
Yeah, you got a lot to learn, my boy.
Yeah. Thanks for the Knackerman, though.
Yeah, that was all-timer. An all-timer.
This one's
that
from
Bongi, he's going to be okay. I hope. Please don't kill yourself. You and 4, stay alive.
Yeah, you know what? Like, hey, just all of you?
Please stay alive. Come live with Nate and me.
No, don't do that.
Okay, yeah.
This one's from John.
John.
Nate, Tyler, thanks. Just thanks for doing the pod, and thanks for letting me do the necessary evil of jumping in and talking about some children doing terrorism.
Malice
this is
Necessarium.
John, aka Vernacular Shift. Can't wait to see what you do next. I'm really excited for your takes on some Bruce Campbell stuff. So many different cultural touch points there. So many
Congo was
places
good.
for things to get weird.
Yeah. Jack of all trades
Can't wait
rules.
to see y'all at Dragon Con and get weird with you there. I will be plying you with maple and ginger cocktails
Like
of
a
some
couple
kind.
of breasts.
I don't like being plied.
And lastly, I really hope to hear about Annie and Cash's contributions to the war effort in the final book. All right. See you soon. This has been a blast.
What if at the end of the book they receive a deposit of $1 million in their bank account and they're able to use it to buy a gun to kill Crayak?
That's where Marco got all of his money. It was cash.
Oh, dang.
Yeah, if you're coming to Dragon Con here in the beginning of September, we will be there. Reach out. I'll hang out with you. I'll drink with you. I'll do drugs with you. Whatever you want.
This one is from Aster.
Aster.
I was never into Animorphs as a kid. I was too busy being mentally ill for other book series. But my girlfriend introduced me to the podcast sometime last year, and being able to experience the books for the first time with you guys as the storytellers has been a really great experience. Animorphs is the kind of series that I wish I had as a kid because they're telling these kinds of stories for kids that never got recognized before. The kids who've been abused and trodden down and that kind of shit. And it's been really great having you guys as the storytellers who can relate to that as well, telling us the story. And it's meant a lot to me. So me and my girlfriend, thank you. So big thanks from Aster and Ollie.
Thank you, Aster and Ollie. It's very kind.
Shout out to those abused kids.
Woo! Abused kids! We love our abused kids!
This one's from Chad.
Hey, little cousins. All right. I'm sad to see Anamorphin time go, but you guys had a hell of a run. You know, my favorite episode was when I was fucking my girlfriend. Well, Tyler, you were talking about fucking your girlfriend. Well, Nate was playing VR. And I remember that day very vividly. That was a very good episode of Anamorphin time. Probably even the best. Honestly, the rest were kind of trash. But anyway, shout out to Divine Soup Can. I will never fucking forget about the fucking cow magnets. Jesus Christ. And, hell of a run, boys. Can't wait to see what you got in your next project. And hope to hear from you soon. You can call me at 911. And in the words of my great Uncle Stan, give me all your fucking fruit.
He was the give me your fruit guy.
What the fuck was that?
There's this guy who comes into the Discord and says, give me your fruit, and then threatens to kill people if you don't give him fruit. Whoa. That
Shed.
guy.
That fucking guy.
He should have the podcast. Did you hear that? That energy? Fuck.
Did you give him fruit?
Yeah, of course. I gave him fruit for you, too, so he didn't kill you.
Yeah, I got a little fruit for him, mate. That's what I think of you.
I like them apples.
This one's from Soup.
Hi, guys. It's me, Soup. I just wanted to thank you both for letting me be part of this project you've made, even though I've never actually read an Animorphs book. It's been fun getting to wonder together at the strange beauty of the natural world and to get to re-examine our place within it. It's easy to feel sometimes like you float through life without really engaging with it. Getting to participate with you, getting to make something, it's helped me feel more capable. I guess what I'm really trying to say is that when a horse is born, its hooves are covered in a protective tissue capsule called an eponychium. Sometimes this is called fairy fingers or golden slippers, but they always just look to me like they've got a bunch of tentacles on the bottom of their feet. It's fucked up.
Thank you, Divine Soup Can. I love you so much.
Man, okay, so we should talk about Divine Soup Can right now.
Lifesaver.
Yeah.
Absolute lifesaver.
Like, our animal facts sucked. When we have to do them, they're always like, hey, did you know that cats, you have to like put a finger in their butthole to make them stop crying?
Yeah, Divine Soup Can brought us the Knacker Man.
Yeah, it's true.
God damn, we love you, Divine Soup Can.
Yeah.
You're like the invisible host of this show, and you're welcome on our next shit anytime.
Yeah, you don't get a fart. You get a...
Yeah!
This one's for Andrew. Here comes Andrew.
Okay, Andrew.
Hey, boys. This is your Twitter nurse friend from Colorado, Andres Albatin-Rougi. Thanks so much for putting this podcast on. I know parasocial relationships are slightly maligned, but this has been such a beautiful labor of love and oversharing. And it's been wonderful to get to know you guys and get to know the series better. It's certainly morphed my impressions and my takes on certain things that just kind of went over my head as a kid because I was just like, get to the cool stuff. But thanks so much. You guys are great. Love y'all.
Andrew, thank you. Like, it's not parasocial when we're actually like buds. Like, I consider a lot of these people online my buds.
Yeah. I like how you said the word morph and you kind of stopped for a second.
Yeah, that's the name of our show. Thank you.
This one's from Travis. We got 3 from Travis.
Oh boy, here we go.
I'm just gonna play them back to back.
Do you know Desi Nach? What's Desi Nach?
पहली जैसे धूल उड़ा के सीन उठा के तुम भी नाचो बाजी जम के ताल ढोल बेटा राजू उड़ के नाचो हीरो से भी तेज कोई कर सके जो बेद नाचो अस्तबल में घोड़े जैसे भाग डोर छोड़ नाचो मिट्टी जो रोट मोटा मिर्च खा के ऐसे नाचो आज गोरे आज गोरे आज गोरे नाचो नाचो
That's what they should have been doing to those colonial fucks. Nacho, nacho. Nacho.
Enough
I think the worst part of this, we have to listen to all 3 of them to know if Travis has said anything.
I don't consider that bad. I
right.
love Desi Notch.
It's good.
Yeah, we're doing the suspender thing.
It's not a hard dance. It's just you gotta have that coordination and speed.
Oh my god, yes, it is a hard dance. The coordination speed is the hard part. It's also a lot of steps. I tried to learn it.
It's not that many steps.
Oh my god.
Okay, so
all right, there's one.
Part 1. Part 2.
Of course. This is what we did.
Are we keeping this? Are we keeping this?
Yeah, we're playing. We said we'd play them all.
I might get like a better version of it.
This is a pretty good version. Nacho.
You know, honestly,
is it racist to sing along even though I don't know the language? Like, I think I know the words.
They do this with English songs all the time.
Okay.
So it's like, it's an honor.
Because, like, I love every word of this.
Yeah. You know, let's not do Bruce Campbell. Let's just make it the RRR podcast.
Oh, man.
The
you think I wouldn't?
Actually, you know, we could do like a little like side like Bollywood thing.
I'm not against that at all. If we're going to do like real like paywalled content, like really cheap paywalled content, because I don't want people's money, but I want to be able to threaten the government officials.
Sure, yeah.
I mean, we could pretty much do anything we wanted. We can justify it any way we want. Bruce Campbell's in movies. This is a movie. Like, I get it.
Yeah, and I kind of want to talk about RRR in an official capacity.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I've seen it 3 times now.
Yeah.
Fantastic every time.
I promise I will not say they do a Mecha Shiva.
Yeah, you've already said it now. No more. I swear to God, if the next one is just more Nacho Nacho, we cannot.
Well, the song is ending.
Well, the next one's like 30 seconds long. Here we go. Travis? Very good. For Ram and Beam look at each other.
Am I keeping this in? Am I keeping it all, like all of this?
Yeah, keep it all in. Fuck it. This is the one. Who cares? They want all of it. We'll give them all of it.
I mean, we're adding color commentary to it.
We are, yeah.
You want more sounds?
Yeah.
What else we got?
How about the Inception bomb?
And like, okay, honestly, it's only fair that we get pranked like this because of what we did last time.
We kind of did the biggest prank. We planned that in January. In January, we planned that.
So I think we kind of need to like sit through this recording of Desi Notch.
Yep. We did it
through SpeakPipe. we gotta sit through this.
I mean, he did do the work of doing the whole song. We got to give it to him.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
But yeah, we did plan Animorphs in January, and we sat on that for months. So you're welcome. No one else did it. We did it. It's us. And guess what? Kathy Apples bought the fucking book. So what do I have to say about that?
I'm just listening to Desmond. Yeah, man, it's great that Beam gave the match up to his friend. Rom. Yeah, Rom did that. I apologize. Well, thank you, Travis.
Thank you.
That was a gift. And to that I say, So next we have a message from Yax.
Hey there, Morphy boys. Just wanted to say, at the end of this wild ride, picked up your podcast, and it's been a fantastic journey. Spent a lot of afternoons relaxing from the nightmarish day at work, listening to the pod. Y'all's friendship is a beautiful and inspiring thing. Tyler, man, you're really an inspiration with your degree of sensitivity and emotional openness, and I just wanted to say it's been great rediscovering this pillar of my childhood and just sort of connecting with these dark fucking books, understanding the degree to which they, kind of position me for growing and maturing and navigating the perils of life as we know it. It's really cool to see that all these other weirdos and bums from the Scholastic Book Fair days have also grown up to sort of take those lessons of resilience and pain and making something beautiful from it. So rock on, Animorphing Time.
That was the third spider we've killed. Like, is this table in your room full of spiders? Oh, my
shit mattered, yo.
You still going? Oops. We were killing spiders. Thank you, Yax. I heard that is a bit.
Yeah. We were attacked by spiders. I had to kill during this.
Yeah, I killed once as well. Plus, there was one in the episode too. So yeah,
there's just a lot of spiders in this house.
Yeah, I can see 2 giant bugs on your. Look at that! Look it up there. I've been staring at that the whole show. Bugs.
Okay, this next one is from Travis.
Ugh.
Hey y'all.
Okay.
Wanted to give an actual sincere message to say.
Damn right.
Thank you both for putting this together and bringing together this whole awesome community. It's a great group of people. And you deserve to feel proud for making it happen. I know it started off as a silly idea, but I think it's been something really cool and something that's really meant a lot to a lot of people, including myself. So, much love from myself and many others, I'm sure. I hope that you two and anybody else listening to this who's so inclined June of next year wants to come down to a big party down in Southern California, you can make it happen. Anyone listening to this is invited. So hit me up at Walking Contradiction on Twitter for more details. But yeah, much love to you both. You are great. I look forward to the Bruce Campbell pod. And yeah, man, keep up the good shit. Peace out. Bye.
Yeah, definitely, for sure. I'll be at Travis's wedding for sure.
Yeah, go to SoCal. Take his stuff.
So kind as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, next we have a message from Travis.
Oh, more.
PP poo poo. PP poo poo.
I'm surprised it took this long.
Yeah, it's taking way too long. You guys are dropping it.
It's like they care. Oh, get it? Pee pee poo poo, dropping it. Dropping poo poo. And never mind.
Do you drop pee?
If you're high up enough, yeah.
At the end, you drop pee. Okay, so this next one is from Kieran.
Hey, Nate. Hey, Tyler. This is Kieran. You might know me from my Twitter account that seems to stalker like every single post that you make.
Fine with it. Keep going.
So, your guys' podcast is, to be frank...
No, you're Kieran.
A little short of life-changing, but it could really reach that with this last episode. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. But the thing I want to say is that this podcast has been incredible, and I've loved listening to every single second of it. So, me, being a math nerd, did some math and calculated that the total duration of this podcast, of every single episode we've ever done, not counting this last one, is 156 hours and 37 minutes long, give or take a few seconds.
I did a little more.
That is longer than the entirety of the Marvel Cinematic Universe twice over.
Oh no.
I like that last bit.
That is incredible how you two have put out much better content than Marvel because DC is better. Goodbye.
Thank you, Kieran. Thank you for proving two things: that you're a devoted fan and that I fucking suck at math.
There's that. Also, we're not only better than Marvel, we're longer.
Oh, yeah, longer.
That's right.
Should I leak my penis picture like Captain America did?
No.
No,
he did that?
Yeah, he posted hog accidentally. It is good hog.
I'm eating food because it's wrong.
Yeah, this is like a 5-hour podcast. Fuck.
Here we go. Next episode.
Kieran, thank you for calling it almost life-changing. Who's this from, Nate?
From Jordan.
Jordan. Did you say Jordan?
Jordan.
Georgian. Okay, it's from Georgian.
Nate and Tyler, I just wanted to give you guys a huge thanks for slithering into my brain bi-weekly for the past couple of years now.
Oof.
And not just to thank you guys for covering a huge part of my childhood, but for all the incredible people that you guys pulled along for the experience. And honestly, just for being yourselves. You guys make this podcast something special. And I'm so excited to see what you guys do next. Thank you.
Thank you, Jordan. And thank you for, honestly, I know I've said it before, but thank you for giving us your time, for letting us into your brain. It's wild to me that anyone would let us in there and knock around.
I don't know if I like the idea that I slithered violently in there.
I've slithered violently a few times, you know what I'm saying?
I'm a peaceful violator.
Oh, God.
Yeah,
Episode title, Peaceful Violator.
That sounded bad. Next one is from Anonymous.
Oh, boy. Completely silent. The best one so far, completely silent.
Thank you, Anonymous.
Play it again one more time. There's not even sounds of meat smacking, nothing.
I didn't even need to play it again. I could have just waited 5 seconds.
No, I watched.
Here we go. We got another one from Anonymous.
Here we go. Whoever did two silent messages in a row is a genius.
Thank you, Anonymous. That was great. I'm so glad I've not screened these. Next one is coming from Jaybird.
Jake forever.
1, wrong. 2, thank you.
I mean, okay, Jake maybe will be forever because maybe he became Tumened.
Yeah, maybe.
Ran into that cryak and got his power.
I don't know, man.
Like Father. All right, next we got Laura Linus.
You guys have reinvigorated my love for Animorphs. Some of my best childhood memories were reading these books, and it feels like I got to relive all of that wonder and discovery because you two dorks decided to
we're Chads. No, we're not.
Let us into your lives.
No.
With this podcast, and it really means a lot to me, and I know a lot of the other community members on what you've done for the Animorphs fandom in general. I just want to say thank you for sharing your time and being a part of our lives as well.
Thank you, Laura Linus. That was very sweet.
Yeah, the authentic ones I don't riff on.
Yeah, it's hard.
It's hard to riff on. I just kind of have to sit here and I'm like, yeah, thanks.
We don't even look at each other when they're on. We just kind of stare down.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
But no, thank you.
Genuinely thank you.
Right. I appreciate it. I have nothing to say.
Yep.
Wait, hold on. Okay. But thank you.
Thank you.
This one is from, please do not shame me publicly for this. Okay. Here we go.
Confession corner. I had the biggest crush on Jake Berenson, aka B-Ball 25, when I was 8 years old.
That's fine.
Yeah.
You're allowed to have crushes. I was scared that they were going to say one of us, and I was going to be, woo, nope.
Yeah, but B-Ball, though.
B-Ball.
You know what? Hey, I get it.
He's tall, strong chin,
anyone who plays sports is immediately attractive, which is why I do not play sports. Mm-hmm. Next one is from James.
Yeah, that's why.
Sorry, James, by the way, we're sorry what happened to you.
Yeah, sorry that you died unceremoniously.
Here
and
we go.
forgotten.
Yeah.
Hello, Nate. Hello, Tyler. My name is James, but you might know me from Twitter as the Milo.
Okay.
I
like the
started
Milo.
reading Animorphs in
Italian
1998
scum,
when I
but
was
whatever.
in 4th grade. My friend got me 2 books for my birthday, book 3 and book 5.
Ooh, bangers.
I spent the next couple of years driving my parents and grandparents absolutely crazy trying to get all the books as they came out. But I did eventually fall off somewhere on book 40, the one where we meet Gefinolen and Myrtle.
Homophobe.
I didn't pick the series back up until December of 05.
Didn't read that one.
Procrastinating my final exams and decided to scour the internet for whatever bootleg copies I could find of the rest of the books so I could finally finish the series. I want to thank the both of you for making the podcast. I have enjoyed every episode, and it was great going through this journey. I've followed a bunch of Animorphs podcasts over the years. Not to cast aspersions on anybody else, but this is the first one that's going to make it to the end, and I just want to say thank you for allowing me to go on this journey with you all, and just thank you.
Thank you, Milo. Like, that was really nice. I'm willing to set aside your Italian heritage because the proud Irish in me I can do that.
I don't see color, so I wouldn't say it. But like, I also love that kind of that slight of you're the only one that finished, because it's bad that we finished this. Like, that says something, and it's also bad when you start it and you don't finish it.
No,
so nobody wins when you start an Animorphs podcast, is what I'm saying.
I think he was saying more that he's listened to a lot of Animorphs podcasts, and this is the only one he listened to all of.
Oh,
I took that as a compliment and a subtle dig at the other ones. Because I am a narcissist megalomaniac. Either way, James, thank you for your kind words. And thank you for listening to every episode. And thank you for tweeting at me, because you're one of my friends. You got the Fallout icon. I know who you are. I know where you are.
Where is he?
I don't know. I'd like to lie.
This one's from Marco. You remember Marco?
Mm-hmm.
Hey guys, it's Marco. Thank you for letting me be on this show that one time, and thanks for the hours and hours of entertainment you've made my every 2 week shave super entertaining, and I'll miss this show when it's gone. Thanks.
I am glad Marco shaves his pussy to our podcast.
Yeah.
And honestly, thank you, Marco, for coming on. And thank you for the work that you do. I still remember that you're like a badass immigration law dude. So
yeah, and thank you for just not listening to anything else we do after this. I think it's important to end things appropriately.
And thank you for liking Metal Gear Solid so much. Thank you for being Instagram friends as well. You're a good dude. You're a good dude. If I ever come to New York, I hope we get to hang out.
This one is from Anonymous.
Ooh, I hope it's more silence.
Thank you. Finally. Yes, we needed more of those.
More pee-pee poo-poo. Oh, man, these are good.
I like pee-pee poo-poo.
I do too.
The next one is from Anonymous.
What?
You want to play it again?
Yeah.
Yeah, this next one is from Anonymous.
From Anonymous.
If anyone wanted to follow up on 39, I am a trash human, and no, Brad did not care about it. Fuck it.
That's Bob. Remember, he talked about his friend he fell out of contact with?
Yeah, okay.
I guess he didn't ever. Oh, man, that's sad.
Oh, well, hold on. Wait, we got more. Next one is from Anonymous.
I just want to say thanks for everything, and I hope y'all are doing as well as you can under our late capitalist hellhole society. Enjoy your day.
Well, thank you. That was nice. Not Bob, but thank you.
Yeah, I was expecting more Bob.
I was too. We'll probably get more Bob.
Yeah. But thank you, pee pee poo poo.
Thank you. Also, fuck you, Brad. We don't need you. We don't know her.
Next one is from Anonymous.
Poo-poo. Pee-pee. Poo-poo. Chris Grind, I want to see you.
Oh. Okay, Chris Grind, let's see your butt.
Wants to see his butt. Yeah, I do too.
I would, yeah.
Well, I mean, it's not because, like, you know, it's not sexual.
Right.
I'm just very curious.
Yeah, I've gone on record saying I want to see everybody naked.
It's
so
like
if you want to show me your naked body at Animorphs, please don't send me nudes.
Yeah, I'm more of an academic. Like, I like to learn.
Mm-hmm.
The next one is for Nate has a supple hole.
Tyler, tell me more about Van Damme. Fuck you.
He wants to hear more about Van Damme. Tyler, can you help him out?
Yeah, the muscles from Brussels. I think I can. Hit my DMs. We'll talk Van Damme all day long.
Next one is from Eve.
Hey, yo, it's Eve. Want to say that show's pretty good. I liked it. Pretty fun. What's like the worst crime that you ever did? So that's a fun question.
Okay, so Eve, this has been my favorite one so far.
Yep.
I liked the pretty good job. That was a good. Yeah, I've only been doing this for 2 years, but like, I think pretty good job covers it. Yeah, it's a pretty good. Worst crime. What's the worst crime you have committed?
You want to go first? You want me to go first? 'Cause I think mine's worse than yours.
No, you should go first.
Breaking federal law. Your turn. I don't want to elaborate.
Okay,
just know it's bad.
Okay. So yeah, here's one. I got kicked out of a country once.
That's right.
Yeah,
Okay, they're about the same. What we did. Yeah.
Yeah. So messed up my visa. Illegally stayed in Taiwan to the point where they had to like find me and told me to leave.
Yep.
Okay.
Next question.
Next question.
Hey, Nate and Tyler, this is Colin at Nylock Ennis on Twitter. Hope it's okay that I plug it. I just lost the link to the Discord that you sent to me.
I got the link
probably around
today.
episode 10, and I never bothered to ask again. I should do that. I might do that after this. Yeah, I did that after this. Let's make sure I did that.
Yep.
Just want to say congratulations on finishing this long journey. I sent you my congratulations 2 weeks ago before I listened because I'm actually a little behind. Then found out you did an episode about butt fucking. I don't know. I suppose I should have expected that.
Yeah, you should have.
Yeah, don't really have a whole lot more to say. Don't have any questions. You guys have covered a lot of ground on the podcast. I should have been caught up more, but the horrifying medical stories you have told Tyler through the whole thing.
Oh boy.
Kind of made me a little worried about 42 with the rabies. I had bats in my apartment once, and I kind of went into a whole anxiety cycle about that. But this is what the podcast is for, talking about trauma. Sorry I didn't get the chance to do that with you guys sometime. Hopefully we can do that in the future. Until then, thanks for showing the world how the two greatest things, Animorphs and communism, can be combined into an even greater thing. And keep on keeping on.
Hell yeah, brother. Thank you. That was very nice.
I should also mention, I've been weirdly afraid of water.
Oh, that's bad.
It's fine.
What are these bites you have on you?
And so, like, these bites are fine. Don't worry about these bites. This next one is from Anna.
Hey, what's up? It's me, your boy, from Book 41. I am high as fuck, but I just saw your tweet that if we want to say something to you, we have to do it now.
Oh, no. Here comes a threat.
Thank you, Nate and Tyler, for creating something that brought people some joy and community during a period when we really needed it. And thank you to the authors, especially if the authors are on this podcast right now. Nate and Tyler, if you weren't able to get them, go fuck yourselves. Trash. But whether or not you're there right now, thank you for imparting all
like the
these
coverage.
valuable
It's
young
good.
people. A wonderful story, but also like ways of seeing, ways of thinking. I hope those of us who grew up with this are better equipped to be brave and compassionate, especially in the current moment. Plus, like all the moments to come for the rest of our lives. There's going to be a lot of moments, folks.
Strap in for moments.
So, love to you all. Build community, build power, fight for what's right. And also, all those doctors who say vape cartridges are full of untested chemicals and they'll turn your lungs into a slurry, you can ignore them. Who cares? Okay, love you. Bye.
All good advice.
All good advice. And we weren't going to talk about it, but I'll talk about it now. We did get Kathy Apples and Michael Grant. They agreed to come on to do an interview. We pitched them what we wanted to do, and they said it wasn't for them. So we would rather do it our way than just do another interview. So we could have, but it's our show, not theirs.
It is our fault They were nice enough to say maybe.
Yeah, like Michael Grant was like, I'll definitely come on and I can get Kathy Apples to come on for a bit too. Here's what we're thinking. And I said, well, here's our plan. And they're like, oh, nope.
Yeah, they like, and honestly, if they won't say pee pee poo poo,
right,
we don't want them on.
We don't want them. We wanted to end it on our terms, so we did.
We want them to say pee pee poo poo.
Please say pee pee poo poo.
They wouldn't do it.
They wouldn't do it.
This is from Cecilia.
Hey, Nate and Tyler. I just wanted to say thank you for the podcast. Thank you for the postcard that was sent out with the pen. And thank you for giving this Animorph fan something that I wanted ever since I was little, which was a big Animorph fan base, basically, and meeting other Animorph fans. I want to give a shout out to Walk-In Contradiction, who basically put me onto the podcast in the first place. I wish that he'd mentioned it earlier so I could actually have gotten on to be a guest, but I figure this is the next best thing. Really sad that the podcast is ending, and I just feel like this is not something that Catherine Alice Applegate would like. But I wish you the best in whatever you guys do going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Cecilia. And, the Animorphs fans were always out there, and if we had any part in creating a community where other Animorphs fans could find each other, I'm proud of that.
Yeah, so we acknowledged at the very beginning that Kay Applegate didn't want this. She doesn't. She doesn't.
We
want
know
this.
for a fact she doesn't want this because she wouldn't do our joke.
Confirmed. She doesn't want this. Next up is Connor.
Hey guys, I just found your podcast a few weeks ago and I'm already halfway through. So thank you for reminding me that not all kids' books suck. Just Harry Potter. Don't read Harry Potter. Please don't read Harry Potter.
So
co-sign that message.
Yeah, co-sign. Although some notes, Connor, stop. No, you can't.
You're doing irreversible brain damage. Stop listening. Oh, if he's heard this, he's already heard it all. Go to the hospital.
Oh yeah, that's right.
I'll be your nurse.
I can't. Yeah, Connor, listen to this episode first, then go back and slowly walk your way through the other ones.
Yeah.
Okay. Next up is Fedora Republic on Twitter.
Oh boy.
Hey, Animorphing time. I didn't finish the podcast yet, but I'm having a lot of fun so far. I'll see you in the final episode. I'm sure it'll be good.
He's wrong.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, that's all. Yeah.
I love it. Yeah. Hi.
Also, bye-bye.
Next up is Keither.
Is who?
Keither.
All right, let's hit it.
Nate, Tyler, I want to thank both of you guys for such an amazing show. The impact it's had on my life probably extends further than you'll know, and further than what I'm probably going to actually admit. From the bottom of my heart, I want to thank every nicety you ever gave me, and I wish nothing but the best for you guys in all your further endeavors. You guys are both amazing, and I wish nothing but the best for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Keither.
Yeah, good luck in your future endeavors.
Yes, have a good, nice business quarter. No, Keither's a great dude.
No,
Handsome fella, great beard.
Yes.
I plan to know Keither for probably my whole life. I hope that's a long time. I don't know. I mean,
let me think. 6 years, 28 days.
No.
I don't know. Next up is Nora Rose.
Here we go.
Yep.
More of that energy, please. Thank you, Nora Rose.
Yeah. No, okay. We like to joke around, but seriously, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. That means a lot.
It does. Next up is Lil.
Nate and Tyler, thank you so much for making this podcast and bringing this community together. I feel like I have made some really good friends, and it is all thanks to you and your goofy ass podcast. So thank you again.
Did she say goopy ass podcast?
I heard doofy ass. Either way, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for our doofy and goofy asses.
Goopy
ass.
No goofy ass here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Next up is Nate. At the Radical Left.
Hey, Morphe boys. This is the other Nate that lives in Oregon. Hopefully I'm getting this in on time. I kept trying to think of something funny to say,
but couldn't come up with anything. So I'm just going to be earnest and say thank you so much for this podcast. It's really been meaningful to me during a difficult time in my life. Animorphs is probably the first thing that I was really into, and just that nostalgia and having you all cover it in such a funny way has just been really awesome. You probably already thought of this, but you should read the letter that Kathy Apples wrote to the fans about the end of the series.
Yeah, it happened like an hour ago, bro.
Yeah,
Anyway,
get with it.
Thanks again, and ram the blade ship.
Ooh. Well, thank you, other Oregon Nate, Nate, Nate.
Ooh, yeah. Like, it's a little sexual, right?
What?
Ram the blade ship?
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to use my cousin's body to ram the blade ship. Whose name Rachel.
And also, I like that we got a little bit of closure with the boomerang.
Yeah, we finally threw that boomerang.
That's why she didn't do it earlier. She's like, this will be important later. She put it down. Some yerk came by. They saw the boomerang. So, like, that's an impressive shape.
You know, that's probably some fan fiction.
Next up is Trip.
Nate, Tyler, thanks for doing this. My name is Trip. I've been tweeting at you for the last several weeks.
And I love it.
If anybody I know is listening to this, I'm so sorry. To my future self listening to this, I apologize profusely. My first Animorphs was the second David book.
Ooh.
It was on the 4th grade classroom shelf in the 2002-2003 school year. At one point, I owned the entire 54-plus book set, but I decided to sell it on eBay. One of the worst decisions of my life, without question. But anyway.
When did you sell it? I may have been the one who bought it.
I am a childhood cancer patient. I don't like the S word, so I use the word patient. So I certainly related to the body trauma of the Animorphs and the possibility of a child realistically facing death. So that's my quote-unquote history with Animorphs. Thank you for the podcast. As I said on Twitter, one of the best podcasts I've listened to on any subject. You guys took the content, gave the analysis, and put your own quirks into the show in meaningful ways. I've listened to the entire podcast since February, and you have provided many a hilarious moment, so thank you for that. Nate, Tyler, thanks again.
Thank you, Trip.
Yeah,
you've honestly, you've obviously been through a lot. Good God.
Yeah. Thank you, Trip. And I think we can safely say a boo, thumbs down to cancer.
Cancer. That's a big time Animorphin time. Nope.
Hold on. I got it ready for it. Here we go. Yeah.
That's cancer.
Yeah. However, Trip.
Groovy. Yep.
Next up is Era.
Era, here we go.
Hey guys, it's Era from the Discord.
Hey.
I just wanted to thank you guys for everything you've done. Really reignited my passion with this series. It's been kind of cool because I've been able to get my husband into it. He's not very far along.
Hey, is that Tom and Gasgul from the popular Animorphs podcast, Animorphin Time?
It's Tyler and Nate.
Hey, did they get to that part already where Marco's mom was actually Visser 1? That shit blew my fucking mind.
All right, they're a little past that, but anyway, thanks you guys. I cannot wait to see what else you make.
Man, if he's that excited about the Marco mom thing, his head's gonna explode.
Era, I know that you were goofing. I do not like to be called Gazgul. Next up is Tatzel.
All right.
Hey boys, hey, it's Tatzel. So, in book 37, if y'all will recall, I made the claim that in the end of the series, Rachel gets the good ending. And Tyler was like, whoa, bold claim. So now that we've gotten all the way through the series, Nate, do you agree with me? Compared to the rest of the endings these kids got, did Rachel get the good ending? It's the first half of my question. The other half, because
I'm gonna put it on pause to say, answer, right? So the first part, did Rachel get the good ending? Yes, she went to heaven and met our Lord and Savior.
Mm-hmm.
Next, like that's an easy one, right?
Yeah,
man. I mean, she went to heaven.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to go to heaven?
Yeah, of course.
In the second part of this question,
here we go.
Everybody's going to be asking you what your favorite this and that and the other is. No. What's your least favorite? What's the shittiest morph in the series, in y'all's opinions? And who's the worst, not Animorph, but who's the worst parent? That's what I want to know. Anywho, thank y'all so much for the past few years of depraved insanity with my favorite childhood memory. And look forward to the Bruce Campbell pub. Have fun.
Okay, so what is your least favorite morph?
Eel. They didn't use eel to the full extent that they could have.
Electric eel?
Well, just the eel when they were going through the pipes.
Yeah.
When Jake had like brain appendicitis or Axe had brain appendicitis, that one.
Wow, mine was Michael Grant. It's Michael Grant.
It's Michael Grant. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
When it became Michael Grant.
Yeah.
Okay, and the next question, who's the worst parent?
Like, annoying or worst? Elfinger, obviously.
Yeah?
Yeah.
He did kind of fucking leave.
He did. Oh, I had to.
Like, he raised them, but then he went back in time. Was that right?
Yeah.
Like, so he tried.
Well, he didn't raise him. He, like, pumped Lauren full of cum and then was taken away.
I would say Tobias's mom, Lauren.
Okay.
Because she didn't look. She didn't know.
Well, she couldn't. She was blind. Oh! But yes.
No, actually, yeah, like, okay, it's not really her fault. That's too much on him.
Her memory was destroyed.
Yeah.
She's blind.
Right. Worst parent, I would probably say Jake's dad.
Yeah, pediatricians are lazy pieces of shit.
Okay, next up, and the last
one. Here we go.
Last one. Here we go. It's from Kay and Warren.
Oh, I miss them.
Nate, Tyler, congratulations on making it through all the Animorphs books. Woo! We wish we could be over celebrating with you, but well, we did it, boys. We created a Sario rip. Hey, they're fucking in lakes. They do fucking lakes. Thank you so much for creating such a great Animorphs podcast and reminding me just how much I love those books. You guys rock! And thank you so much for being such amazing shorms. We can't wait for your next podcast, guys. We love you.
It's me, the sex link. That's right, I'm alive and full of cum. That's right, I'm alive and full of cum. I've gained consciousness from all the sex that people were having. And listen. I didn't like it. I didn't like being a sex link. Thank you for your kind words, but like, I want to be pure. I was trying to, like, I wanted to, like, not have sex, but everyone was just having sex around me, and I gave in, and now I'm conscious, I'm awake, and, like, I don't know what to do anymore. Well, yeah, okay. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Sex Lake. Thank you, Kay and Warren. Thank you for all the people that called in. There's a lot of you.
A lot of you. Thank you.
There's so many of you. Those of you who are depressed, stop it.
Yeah. Well, don't stop it.
Don't be depressed.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
Solved it.
That's it. The 47 guests. Thank you for joining us. Do you want to say anything genuine?
I did. I've said several genuine things. You just you laugh at it.
I know. This is the end, man. This is it. You gave us your time, and that was a pretty big deal. And I could just say a bunch of shit, but I'm just gonna say thank you. That meant a lot.
Yeah, like all those things. And all the people listening who didn't send anything in. Hey, no, but also like, hey, like I see the numbers, and like it's wild that anyone listens to it, and you spent so much time with us. I don't know how to fucking end this. We've been talking for so long, for so many years. Like, I don't know how to stop talking. Like,
well, I mean,
like, what do we say? What do you say?
It almost feels like it has to be something momentous because this is the very last one.
Like, what? You want me to like get a party popper and just like, hey, congratulate here. That's okay. The audience is here,
bro. This party popped months ago.
Like everyone's here now. Look,
we're all in heaven. Jake's here. Rachel's here. All our buds are here. We're in heaven. We're together.
That's right. Hey, the angels are singing.
Yeah.
Wait. We're actually in hell. And there was a theme with all of those thank yous where times are bad.
Mm-hmm.
Are they better?
We can ignore it now. If you want, if you can. Okay. I can't ignore that things are bad still.
Okay.
I can say that if you like this shit, you can always go back through it. It'll always be there for you. It'll be a thing you can revisit. We are still people that you can come find us and talk to us.
What is the new game plus for everyone going back? Everyone go back listening. What's their new game plus?
Go back. Ooh, I don't know. Tell us if the bits are still funny.
Yeah.
Tell us which guest is your favorite, because I have mine. I want to hear yours. Tell us which ones were no good. No, they're all good. They're our buds.
Yeah. Thanks for listening.
Thanks. I love you. Good night. I love you, and good night.
Bobby, will you give it to me?
Oh. Get up, come on, get down with the sickness. You mother, get up, come on, get down with the sickness. You fucker, get up, come on, get down with the dickness. Open up your hate and let it flow into me. Why can't you just fuck up and die? Get down with the sickness. Fuck you, I don't need this shit. I'm down with the sickness. You stupid, sadistic, abusive fucking organ. Down with the sickness. Here it comes. Get ready to die. Get ready to.
There's no other way. No other way this could have been. No other way. He's just gonna keep doing this till I leave. Fuck this, I'm done podcasting. We could have pitched our social media, talked about Bruce Campbell. We could have done all these things, but you're just hitting buttons, and I'm not mad at it. I'm not mad at it at all. This is just what it is now.